house, how they were managing to provide supper for the younger children and times. But one of the things that she wanted to know from one of her daughters was, do you know where to get orange juice for your mother in case she feels weak and she'll need something to strengthen her, and she'll need, like, orange juice will give her energy. And she said, really, she didn't know. She didn't know the area. She didn't know the stores. So it turned out that the Rebbetzin made some calls. I think we may need to mute everybody. So whoever is the host, you may want to try muting everyone so there's no background noise. Okay, so she actually did the research and told the daughter which store to go to, which was closest to the hospital where her mother had given birth, and that in that store there was orange juice with a good hechsher, and she should get that for her mother to give her energy. Just a small example of like how down to earth she was and how caring and loving. Another story I heard once, I don't know with whom, was there was a family that was visiting with the Rebbetzin, and there was a cake in the center of the table with a knife. And the Rebbetzin said or signaled to somebody in the family to cut, slices of the cake, I guess, to give out portions of it. So being, edel and shy in front of the Rebbetzin, she took the knife and she started to cut like a thin slice of cake. And the Rebbetzin said something to the effect, like, not like that. And she took her hand, she put it over the hand of the young lady, and she cut a very thick piece of cake. She said, that's how you serve cake. Although the Rebbetzin was extremely private and reserved, we know that she played a really pivotal role in achieving great key victories regarding the seventh generation and her husband's leadership. Besides that, she herself was such a devoted Chassidista of the Rebbe. And a small example of this is there was once a Farbrengen when the Rebbe had asked everybody in between siches to turn their cups upside down. I don't remember the reason for it, something to do with brachas ad vidai. And basically everyone turned their cups upside down, and the place was ecstatic and singing a nigun, very, very lebedik. And the Rebbetzin always had somebody like a bacher give her chazara of the Farbrengens. So after this Farbrengen, the bacher was giving her chazara, and as soon as he mentioned that the Rebbe asked everybody to turn their cups upside down, the Rebbetzin, who was sitting near a coffee table and there was a cup there, she took her cup and she turned it upside down that second. She didn't even wait to hear any explanation of why, who, what, when, where. She heard the Rebbe said to do it, and she did it on the spur of the moment. But more than that, when it came to doctors or medical decisions, she stuck to the Rebbe's word to the T. She honored his desires and his will and his opinion, whatever situation he was in, even if some doctors felt like maybe the Rebbe wasn't totally in a situation where he was able to make important medical decisions. The Rebbetzin always said, don't argue with him. He's the boss, basically. Also, she loved Nishei B'nos Chabad. I heard one of the things she once said to the B'nos Chabad actually was, "Ich will zen ayre talanten." I would like to see your talent. It's something I remember every year. I think it was on the anniversary of Dal Kislev, B'nos Chabad of Yisrifka used to make something very beautiful and very creative, like a 3D item, and they would give it to the Rebbetzin, and she looked forward to it so much, and she put it on display. I know she was especially endeared towards the HaShluchos. Maybe tonight at the Farbrengen, some of you will share stories that you may know. I don't know of something specific right now, but she was extremely, extremely fond and proud of all the HaShluchos, and now we are all HaShluchos. But mainly and most relevant to us now is that she played a very key role, and probably the biggest role, in convincing our Rebbe to accept the mantle of leadership and to accept the Nesias in Tafshin Yud Aleph, which was just coming from Yud Shvat. That's very, very Nageya. And she basically convinced him that shook the Rebbe that really touched the Rebbe to his core when she said, what's going to be with all the years of Mesiras Nefesh of my father if you don't take upon yourself an Nesias to carry on his work? And that really clinched it and helped that the Rebbe should become our Rebbe. So now, as I introduce the program, I just want to remind ourselves that to the same degree, what would the Rebbetzin want of us now more than ever? Most likely for us to be totally relentless in insisting that the Eibishter give the signal to her husband, to our Melech, to the Rebbe Melech HaMashiach, that he should finally completely reveal himself the entire world to see and bring the world to its entire purpose of existence. Meant to actually do Rebbe's Kapitel and the Rebbetzins Kapitel. So those of you who have a Tillim nearby, if you could join along. Okay, so Kapitel Kuf Chaf 120. Shir Hamalais El Adonai Batsarasa Li Karasi Vayanini. Adonai Hatzila Nafshi Misfas Sheker Milashen Remia. Ma Yitain Lecha Uma Yosef Lach Lashen Remia. Chitze Gibor Shinunim Im Gachalei Risamim. Aya Li Kigarti Meshach Shachanti Im Ahalei Kedar. Rabas Shachna La Nafshi Im Seine Shalem Ani Shalem V'chi Adaber Hema Lamochama. And the Rebbetzins Kuf 21. Shir Lamales Esa Einai El Heharim Me'ayin Yavai Ezri. Ezri Me'im Adinai Eisi Shamayim Ba'aretz. Al Yitain Lamait Raglecha Al Yanum Shemrecha. Hine La Yanum V'la Yishan Shemer Yisrael. Adinai Shemrecha Adinai Tzilcha Al Yad Minecha. Yoimam Hashemesh Le'yakeka V'yareach Ba'leila. Adinai Yishmarcha Mikol Ra Yishmar Es Nafshecha. Adinai Yishmar Teischa Ve'etcha Me'ata V'ad Eilam. I'm not sure I can verify. Maybe someone could get on and confirm if you're allowed to give tzedakah in the evening. I heard different things about it, so I'm not sure. But if somebody knows, if not, I guess we can have in mind to give tzedakah tomorrow morning. And we, of course, when we give tzedakah, we say Gedelah tzedakah shemekareves as a geula. And a reminder just about something that I heard recently, and I wasn't aware of till now, so I just thought I'll pass it along, that the Rebbe actually spoke very strongly about the idea that whenever we say Tilim, we should combine it with giving tzedakah, and that actually doubles the impact. There's sichas, actually, the Rebbe called it about kashanashis, so just to mention. Okay, without further ado, I think we're going to begin the evening with introducing, let's see, just double checking if our first speaker is available. Yes. Okay. In that case, yeah, we're going to soon be hearing from Rabbi Gerson Apfin, just to give you a little introduction. He is the Rosh Yeshiva of Yeshiva Tomchei Tmimim in Cincinnati. He's a very prolific speaker, especially on the topic of Mashiach. He writes many, many articles on Chinuch and in Yonei Gula Mashiach, in the Beis Mashiach magazine, and elsewhere. And he has a podcast that's full of Mashiach shiurim. There are also WhatsApp groups that have his audios, and I highly, highly recommend listening, getting in on those podcasts, reading his articles. He's full of chayus, full of his kashrus to the Rebbe, and extremely genuine and very, very upbeat, very positive energy. We had the schus as Welcome Mashiach to organize a few Zooms that Rabbi Aftzin appeared on as a panelist. And I can post around the links to those so you can get more and more of his positive Hasidische energy. While we're waiting for Rabbi Aftzin to get on, and I guess I'll see when he's on, there's an expression that I heard from Hasidim. It's very simple, and it comes a lot to mind, especially in the recent years, and I would say, I guess, post Gimel Tammuz, the Nisayon that that we've been through, and there's been just a lot of chilukei deis, and to nobody's, just the situation we were put into tested a lot of us, and maybe continues to test a lot of us. And I don't remember who I heard this from, but it's a very simple expression. It's 4 words. And I think it's something that can really, really help us keep our perspective and keep our head on straight. And basically it's in Yiddish, it's gonna be hard to translate, but the term is Mer Rebbe Wenig Zich. Basically meaning, how would we say it in English? We should be more Rebbe and less ourselves. So I think point being that the more transparent we are, the more we give ourselves over with our full heart and soul, to be the Rebbe's a mensch and to carry out his ratzain. And when we meet with an emes, it's received that way, then we don't need to worry so much about, how am I appearing? What are people thinking about me? What about my reputation? What about my, everything that I built up all these years? If I'm going to say this and that, people are going to think that I'm a shugana or whatever it might be. I think we still need to mute everyone, even though we know a child crying is really crying from Mashiach, so fits with the program. Just here. Just waiting to see if we have our speaker. Yes, we have our speaker here. We should have talked about Mashiach. Mashiach would appear just like that. Okay, Rabbi Afton, without further ado, I gave you the introduction. I don't know if you heard it, but we're very, very blessed and lucky to have you with us this evening. And take it away.
So first of all, good evening. It's my privilege, honor, and pleasure to be with you this evening. I'm sorry for the delay. I always try to be on time if I can. It's a very Mashiach thing to be late, unfortunately, but I was actually trying to be on time. But there was some technical difficulties. I didn't know. I should have instinctively felt that the password was 770, 770. I put in 770, and I put in 3 times. I didn't realize that it was twice. So, but then I got the message. So I'm sorry for the delay. We're gathered here together for a very, very special Kinnus, in which we are being mechazik ourselves with our main shlichus. The only shlichus, like the Rebbe told us, is to really mekabel pnei Moshiach and to live with Moshiach. And I want to share a few points, a few stories, and that I really, really think to bring it in a very, very practical way. I want to start off with a story about a very, very special chassid. Now, the truth is that this person was really, really a very special chassid, but unfortunately, we don't have a lot left of him because his kids wouldn't be considered today official Chabad chassidim. But he himself is buried right next to the Frierdiker Rebbe, Mamish in the front lines, a very, very stark chassid, and his name was Rabbi Chaim Nachman Kowalski. Now, recently I've been doing some research into him because his grandson is actually the Litvisher Rav here in Cincinnati. Now, you always find out, all of a sudden they find out these people, oh, my uncle's a Lubavitcher, my second cousin's a Lubavitcher. By him, his grandfather was a Lubavitcher, very, very serious Lubavitcher. And his name was Reb Chaim Nachman Kowalski. I want to tell you a little bit about who Reb Chaim Nachman was. His yortzeit was actually just now, Chav Dalet Tevis. Reb Chaim Nachman was a bocher growing up in Mamish, in the Alta Haim in Russia. And he heard his father was a Kotzker Chosid. And one day his father got a message that his son, Chaim Nachman, started learning Chabad Chassidus, and he ran off to learn in Tomchei Tmimim in Lubavitch. He disappeared from the house. He ended up in Tomchei Tmimim in Lubavitch. His father would not hear from it, wouldn't stand for it. He ran to Lubavitch to grab his son back from the Meshugoyim, these Lubavitchers. And he comes, and he got delayed, and he comes Erev Shabbos. So you're stuck. He was stuck in Lubavitch for Shabbos. What could he do? You know, he wanted to come, grab his son, and go home, but he ended up coming on Friday, so he's stuck in Lubavitch. And he was so impressed with the Maimorim and the davening, the Maimorim of the Rebbe Rashab, and the davening of the Bochrim, that he said, Halavai, my son should really be a Lubavitcher, and he let his son stay in Lubavitch. He went home, and he really, really felt good that his son ended up in Lubavitch. His son, Reb Chaim Nachman, became a starke chassid of the Rebbe, and he eventually made his way to America. Now, as the Eibishter Bashkocha Protis would have it, he ends up becoming the executive, the chief fundraiser for Ner Yisrael in Baltimore. Everybody knows that Ner Yisrael is a future Lubavitcher school, but currently they don't really know it. But their Yisoi, the one that actually raised all the money to build the buildings of Ner Yisrael, is a Lubavitcher Chassid, our Reb Chaim Nachman Kowalski. He becomes a very, very big fundraiser for Ner Yisrael. Now, he kept a very strong kesher with the Rebbe, and it expressed itself in one day a year. One day a year, he took all his kids and his Einaklach they would all come to the Rebbe. Now, everybody knows this fact, but people don't know who he is. You can see and you can hear from people that on the Shavuos Farbrengen, every year, there would be a family that would bring the Rebbe fruits coming from Chamish Asar B'Shvat. They would bring the Rebbe Bikurim. You could hear stories about this family that would come to the Rebbe, and every Shavuos Farbrengen bring the Rebbe Bikurim, fruit. Who was this family? This was our Reb Chaim Nachman Kowalski. He and his children and his Eneklach, he would schlep them all to 770 once a year to bring the Bikurim to the Rebbe. And even when he wasn't well, he was getting old, he made sure that his children would schlep to 770 to bring the Rebbe Bikurim on Shavuos. That was the family's yichus in Lubavitch, that they would bring the Rebbe Bikurim on Shavuos. Now, recently, I was in the home of the local Rav, who's his grandson, and his father was sitting there. Now, his father married the daughter of Rabbi Kowalski, and his father now is probably a Yid today in his 50s, maybe 60s. And he tells me, you should know that you guys think that you're so into the Rebbe as Moshiach and all these things. My father-in-law, my Shver, was into it from day number one. As a matter of fact, he actually had a conversation with the Rebbe about this Iyhun. Now, I was curious. I was more than curious. Like, what type of conversation did he have with the Rebbe? And he took out a book. Now, in this book is actually the life of Reb Chaim Nachman Kowalski. It was printed for the family. And he told me, read this book. He says he actually knows for a fact that it's true. He says that one year, I'm not sure if it was in the late Lamids or early Mems, that I forgot from the page that I looked at, but it has a date, one Shavuos, when he was bringing his Bikurim to the Rebbe, he was bringing the fruit to the Rebbe. He got close to the Rebbe and he said, Rebbe, es kommt a Zeit, nesgale werden zu die Welt as Melech HaMoshiach. The time has come that the Rebbe should reveal himself to the world as Moshiach. Like, what are we doing? Why is the Rebbe hiding? Why is Golus going on for so long? It's time for the Rebbe to be nesgala as Moshiach. Now, this chassid had a very, very personal yachas with the Rebbe. There's a famous story. I heard this from Reb Nissen Mangel. He says the story that one time Reb Chaim Nachman, he came by the Rebbe, I think it was Kosher Bracha, and he asked the Rebbe that he should have a successful year for fundraising. And the Rebbe asked him, what success? And he said he needs to raise, at that point, it was, I guess, a lot of money, $150,000. And he told the Rebbe that if he raises $150,000, he will give the Rebbe 10%. He'll give back to the Rebbe, to Lubavitch, to Merkez, 10%, $15,000. So the Rebbe smiled at him, and the Rebbe says, you're asking from me 150, you're giving me back 15. What type of deal is this? You know, it's not a good deal. You're asking me 150, and you're giving me back 15. No, why should I buy this deal? Why should I invest in this deal? Now, what would you answer? The Rebbe on the spot. So he was a big chacham. He said, the Rebbe, listen. What you're giving me is from the Rebishter. Ich werde geben von sich. I'm going to give you my own money. You're giving me brachas from the Eibishter 150, but for me to give you the 15, I'm giving you von sich from myself. The Rebbe smiled at him, very much enjoyed this answer. And the Rebbe told him that if he's moise for shir and chassidus, he'll get the $150,000. But the idea is that this is a person that had a very, very warm, a very, very special yachas with our Rebbe when it comes to day to day. He's mamish buried by the oil mamish. So he tells the Rebbe, it's time to be nesgala to the world as Melech HaMoshiach. And the Rebbe looked at him, got very, very serious. And the Rebbe told him, Chaim Nachman, I don't know exactly. I don't want to put words in the Rebbe's mouth, but this is what it's written there. It says, "Farvaz willst du mir a roi schleppen vom Beis Medrash?" Why do you want to take me away from learning? Why do you want to take me away from the Beis Medrash? In other words, the moment I'm Moshiach, I have to take care of the whole world. I have to leave myself. Farvaz willst du mir a roi schleppen from Beis Medrash? Why do you want to schlep me out from the Beis Medrash? And his son-in-law, this rabbi, his name is Rabbi Weinreb, whose son, Avram Weinreb, is the Rav in Cincinnati, he used to live in Chicago. So the son-in-law told me that once the Rebbe told this to his father-in-law was quiet and never again pushed the Rebbe to be Nizgala. This is the story, the way I heard it from the son-in-law and the way it's written in the book. So there's a lot that we can take from this story, many, many interesting points. But the one thing that I took and I want to share with you tonight is that Moshiach has to arois gain from Beis Medrash. Moshiach can't just be something that's in the Beis Medrash. To live with Moshiach means that it has to go out of the Beis Medrash and permeate our homes. And that's really the topic I was asked to speak about tonight, bringing Moshiach into our home. Moshiach has to leave the Beis Medrash. Moshiach can't just be in the Svarim. Mashiach can't just be in the books. Mashiach can't just be intellectual. Mashiach can't just be conceptual. Mashiach can't just be idealistic. Mashiach can't just be a theory. Mashiach can't just be an idea. Mashiach can't just be an ideal. Mashiach has to be real, practical, day to day. It has to enter our home. It has to leave the books and enter the house. Mashiach has to be something that's real. Mashiach has to be something that's mileft midem. I had the privilege to meet a very fascinating Yid. This Yid, he lived in Columbus, Ohio. Columbus is not far from Cincinnati, about an hour and a half north from where I live in Cincinnati. And I remember because for many years, Cincinnati Airport was extremely expensive to fly out of because Macy's and other P&G, other big companies are based out of Cincinnati, and they would raise the prices like ridiculously high. So many of us that just can't afford to fly first class, at least the gully. So we would drive to Columbus, which is an hour and a half away. And at that point, they had very cheap tickets to New York. So I remember one time I drove early morning to Columbus, and I'm sitting in the waiting to get on the plane, early morning flight. It's very quiet. And I hear someone that's speaking, and he's throwing in Yiddish words into his conversation. And his voice is actually a little bit familiar to me. So I, of course, a chassid, what can I do? I was trying to take a nap, but I have my tefillin with me. So I go over to him. I want to know if he's a Yid. He wants to put on tefillin. He put on tefillin already. And he tells me, he says, "You're a Lubavitcher." He says, "I had many meetings with the Rebbe." Who was this Yid? This Yid, his name was Mr. Gordon Zacks. You could actually, one of the most famous recordings or videos of the Rebbe is you see somebody come to the Rebbe after Rebbe Tzlchai Mushka passed away, and he speaks to the Rebbe, and the Rebbe tells him, "Oh, I hope you're working on Jewish education." And he says, "Rebbe, you're amazing. 17 years, 18 years, I didn't speak to you, and all of a sudden you're mentioning Jewish education." And the Rebbe responds, "And what is the world going to benefit from the fact that I'm amazing?" But who is that person? That's Gordon Zacks. The one that the Rebbe is speaking to, that is Mr. Gordon. That is the person that I met in Columbus Airport. So he tells me a story, which I now, again, recently read. They just printed the My Story Encounter 2, and his story is there. But I heard this from him. And he basically was a very, very big, young intellectual student. And the Rebbe called him into Yechidus. The Rebbe invited him to come. And the Rebbe had I'm not going to get into the whole, basically he gave a whole speech by the UJA that he wants people to invest $100 million and they're going to build a Jewish think tank and they're going to save the future of Judaism. This was an announcement that he made by a big UJA dinner. And they printed his speech in a newspaper, and he gets a call from the Rebbe. The Rebbe wants to see him. And the Rebbe's message to him was, stop wasting your time. Give the money to Lubavitch and we'll save the world. We're already saving the world. Take the $100 million and give it to the people which are already involved. Why create a whole infrastructure of people that don't know what they're doing? Give the money to Lubavitch and we're going to save the world. And he says, Rebbe, Lubavitch, people don't want to have anything to do with Lubavitch. People are scared of Lubavitch. People don't want to have anything to do with you. And he told the Rebbe, in the way he wrote it, the way he said it, is that nobody that I know will call your number, which means that they're afraid to get in touch with you. Nobody, his Lashon tells the Rebbe, nobody is going to call your number. And the Rebbe looked at him and said, Gordon, Zeivel and Roof in my number. They're all going to end up calling my number. Lubavitch, we're going to get everywhere. Everyone's going to end up calling our number. So don't, Bekitzer, the Rebbe tells him a fascinating thing. The Rebbe says, I want to make a deal with you. The Rebbe, and here's my main point. The Rebbe said, Yiddishkeit, you're not going to connect to the Eibishter with your brain. You have to connect to the Eibishter with your heart. It has to enter your life. You can't just think Jewish, you got to live Jewish. And the Rebbe says, I have a personal request from you. I want to send a chassid to your house. He's going to live with you for a year. And he's going to live with you. You're going to learn to live like a chassid for a year. I'm going to say, imagine a personal trainer, a personal chassid is going to move into your house. And he's going to learn with you. He's going to daven with you. He's going to fabreng with you. He's going to live with you. And you're going to learn how to be a chassid. Now, he says, no, I don't know why he would say no to such a thing, having a chassid move into his house. But he tells the Rebbe no, but eventually he gets involved in Jewish education, and hence the story he has with the Rebbe in Tafshin Mem Ches. But my point is that Moshiach, it's vital. It's vital. It's not just important. It's not Moshiach if it doesn't enter our home. I want to share with you that it says when Moshe Rabbeinu was born, the Chazal tell us that when Moshe was born, Nismale Habayis Kulei Or, the entire house filled with light. Now, many people, the way we understand it is that there was a glow that was associated with Moshe Rabbeinu, a special neshama, the Goyal Rishon was born into the world. So there was a big aura, there was a big shine, there was a big gilui, a big glow, a big, it came into the world. But I want to add, just in a way of Fabrengen, that the Chazal is teaching us that if we want Moshiach, it's not enough that our books, that our mind is kulei or, but nismale habayis kulei or. The whole house has to be filled with the Ur of Moshiach. And the real question is, how do we do that? How do we bring Moshiach to the house? How do we bring Moshiach to our life? How do we make it that our nismale habayis, that our entire home is kulei Ur, is filled with the Ur of Moshiach? And really, we should really, this is just like an introduction. Really, we should be spending many hours fabrengging and talking about this Iyhun. But we're very limited in time. I already started late, and there's other people ready to speak. I just want to share, Mamish. I had a few more things to say, but I'll bring it down. There's obviously, besides the fact that we learn about Moshiach in the house, but that's not enough. There's a famous mashpia, that the mashpia said that if you want to know if a yeshiva, if a school is a Chassidish school, instinctively you would say, go to the Beis Medrash and see what they're learning. If they're learning, then it's a good yeshiva. But the mashpia said no, because every school you have to learn. It says go to the dining room and see what they're talking about. Go to the bedrooms and listen to what they're speaking about. But what they're learning because that's Seder HaYeshiva. But in their own life, go find out what's going on by the dining room table. Go see what's going on in the bedroom. See what's going on in the real life of the bocher. And that's where you'll be able to know what type of moisid it really is. Then you have a good idea of what type of. So if you want to have a geula dika house, it's not enough that the davening and the learning is Moshiach. That's not the shaila is what's going on in the games, what's going on in the life, what's going on in the real life. And I saw something, and I heard this when they had this big Zoom Fabrengen, and I really had a few examples. I just want to pick one and finish because I also have to run. I'm sorry for the late and the early, but in the Welt is very, very big into building the midos. And they have something, for example, what they call like mevater cards. Like if the kid was mevater, so which means obviously they gave up, they were fighting over a toy. So they give them a card that says, I was mevater. They get a prize for being mevater. The Rebbe tells us in Matis Masei, Tavshin and Aleph, which is Ois Lamed Beis 32, Leiv, Avas Yisrael of the Psura Segula, that the reason why we have Avas Yisrael today is not because we are fixing because Golos was Sinas Chinam, so we have Avas Yisrael. That's old news. We have Avas Yisrael today because in order to live with the future, with Mashiach, being that in the time of Mashiach, everyone's going to love each other, we have to show the Eibishter that we are ready to live that way now. We are living the future, we're not reliving the past. We are preparing ourselves for the future. And someone told me, and I told my kids that I would do it. They always keep on asking for it, but I always forget it. But this idea, say, whenever you have a struggle and you give in extra Avos Yisrael, you're not going to get a mevater card. You're going to get a geula card because you show that you're living geula in the future. You just had a geula moment. You just lived in a geula way. And we have to find, and these are simple things, we have to train ourselves, the way we speak to ourselves and our children, is living now. How do you think it's going to be in the geula? And how can we bring that today? And there's really, really so many, many examples of such inyanim. In other words, Mashiach can't just be a vart, a intellectual thing. It has to become the lifestyle of, I remember, even like a small change, which was, for me as a little kid, was a big thing. In Tavshin Nun, when I started going to camp, Yidden were just leaving Russia. So they used to have this night activity called Escape from Russia, because that's what was the big thing. And then like in Tavshin and Aleph, the next year, they switched it. Escape from Golos. All of a sudden, the same game had a geula twist to it. It's an escape from Golos game. And there's there's hundreds of ways. We have to be creative and we have to be varm. If our house is not filled with lichtigkeit, a house that Moshiach means pressure, 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 intense, intense, intense. That's a Golos house that's masked in a geula front. A geula house means that there's varmkeit, there's there's simcha, there's lichtigkeit, there's freilichkeit, there's varmkeit. Those are simonim of a geula home. So I wish each and every one of you, again, there's so much more to say, and maybe there'll be another time in the future, hopefully in the Kvardi's Galus of the Rebbe, that's it at Mosai. But we have to remember, Mashiach Daf Arois came from Beis Medrash. It can't just be intellectual, it can't just be shiurim. It has to permeate, and it has to be a way of life that's lichtig, varm, and again, the key words, nismale habayis kulei or. The whole house should be warm, varm, lichtig, rebbe, geula. And I wish each and every one of you hatzlocha rabba in the avodas HaShluchos of Kabbalah's Pnei Moshiach Tzidkei.
Thank you so much, Yeshua Rabbi Afton, for your time and for those very inspiring Mashiachtic words, and especially the message about not just remaining in the Beis Medrash, but bringing Mashiach home into our lives, integrating with our families, with our friends, with our neighbors, and finding a way that it's not in the Lufterein, but it's very real, a very real part of our life in our day-to-day living. I would now like to introduce a very special speaker, Mrs. Geli Asavsky, and I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly. Excuse me if, okay. And just to tell you a little bit, sorry?
You got it right.
Great, okay, so we're doing good, we're on a roll. Basically, she's a third of a family of 12 Kanai Nahara and grew up surrounded by big families. And she's a parent of 2 wonderful adult daughters and a proud grandma of 2 little cutie pies, Kanai Nahara. Tremendous joy and happiness in her life. She should have much nachas. And professionally, she is a child and family therapist, registered play therapist supervisor, and EMDR consultant. She believes deeply in the power of family and healing. Parenting with Geli was inspired by her work as a child and family therapist over the past 20 years. And now her dream is to build a community of parents online where they celebrate parenthood together and learn the skills to help their children become tomorrow's successful adults. Her vision is to empower you in the most important role in your life. Rabbi Afton just spoke to us about, how to bring Mashiach and a lichtigkeit into our homes and how we parent our children. Geli is going to help us to be that bridge from Rabbi Afton's message and bring it into our lives as parents and as busy mothers and shluchos, but we know that this is really our priority. And dreaming alone, as she says, doesn't make a great parent. Moms need lots of support to nurture their children. So without further ado.
Okay, so Tiferet, thank you so much for bringing me here. So that's the first thing I want to say. Give a shout out to Tiferet. We've been communicating on DMs on Instagram, and now I get to put a face to you, and it's my honor and privilege to be here. I just want to say I want this to be interactive. In just checking in if you all want to say hi and in the chat and let me know how many children you all have, where you're from. That would be great. And I will gear my talk towards my audience right here. And while you're all doing that, I just want to say thank you for being shluchos. I've been the recipient of so much love from shluchos around the world, whether it's in the US, traveling, in Colorado or in California, in places where you wouldn't find typical kosher food, and the shlucha is there making those warm, yummy meals that, yes, I paid, but not the amount that it was worth. And I know somebody was standing there prepping kosher food so I can enjoy my vacation. I've been to Venice several times and really benefited from the restaurants. It's been, and as I keep traveling, once the world opens up, I imagine I will benefit even more. And I think it's just something that's exceptional. Living in Muncie, my parents have been very involved in the Baal Tshuva movement for over 20 years now. And some of the first contacts that people would say they had was with a Chabad shlucha and a rabbi on a campus somewhere in some far-flung place. So I feel in a discussion like this, it's so important to just put that out there, that all of you are doing life-saving work for Klal Yisrael. Okay, I'm just gonna look at the chat. Springfield, Illinois, and the Philippines, Sunny Isles Beach, Florida, Montreal, nice big families, Colorado, you may have fed me. Okay, Esther. Okay, the sounds really low. Does anybody want to check in? Do you hear me okay?
We hear you good. I'm
Little
not sure what
ones.
it is.
Okay. Near Miron. Okay. Highland Park, New Jersey. Okay, wonderful. Did I miss anybody? So Kanai Nahara, beautiful, wonderful Yiddish families. Okay, So what I thought about is really, I mean, I'm very practical by nature, but when Tiferet and I chatted, it was like, there are three things we want to talk about, which is the work of the HaShluchos and parenting during difficult COVID times. And it just, how do we deal with large families? Because we're all so busy, right? And I always say I'm the third of 12 children. I would have loved to have a big family. This is what we got. And we're very proud parents of our two wonderful adult children. And being a Bobby, it's like my second time round. I'm like so into it. Okay, so let's talk about the sacrifices. We'll start right there. And I think it's important, sacrifices in COVID, I think go hand in hand here, because COVID has asked all of us to sacrifice a lot. Just as a parent, what does it really mean to be a parent during a time when systems don't work? Systems that we've all counted on since, what is it? Since people started sending their kids to school. 100 or so years ago. When did, the boys were always in Cheder, but what about the girls, right? So we're used to, on some level, a structure, but whether you're living out of the US or in the US, whether you're homeschooling, you're on the Shlucha online program, which I hear such lovely things about, or whether you're sending your kids to school, inevitably what COVID did to us is make us all have to just rely on our own selves. There was nothing to outsource, right? And okay, I see some more coming on, 11 children, 14 children, Kenai Nahara. And I think one of the things that's very important to realize is that when you're a busy person, mindset is everything. Because the same thing that can feel overwhelming, if you flip it around, can feel super inspiring. Or something that could feel really inspiring, if you flip it around, it could be very depressing, right? So the mind is where it all begins. And I want to ask all of you, how do you feel about raising your children during COVID? Is it like you could put a thumbs up, a thumbs down, or anything? Like right now in the past year, how has it felt for you? I can talk about myself as a COVID survivor, but my children are out of the house. So I know what it's like for my daughter and her grandkids, but different environments, different experiences. Do you feel like COVID has been something that was transformational in the sense that it turned your life upside down, or did not have that big of an impact on your life? I think that's my first question, because depending on where you live, your answer may be very different. Okay. Thumbs up, thumbs down, yay, nay. Do you want to put that in the chat? Can see that or not? Okay, so take your example and let's go with that. I'm going to share with you my top 10 list that I created to really discuss how to manage during the COVID times. No real impact. They never had a school to begin with. Centering, internalizing, empowering, right? So depending on where you are, like people in my neighborhood, I'm from Muncie, New York. Hi to the cutie kids over there. It was really, really very challenging initially. People were home, and now it's like everybody's in school. Our world just went under for 8 weeks. Half the schools were empty as people got Omicron, but nobody seems to care. They're all like, no one's dying. It's fine. We'll all be fine. Right. Originally, it was an adventure, right? Yes. Yes. So it's in and out of school. And when you're trying to actually just have a life and do your shluchas, some of you are preschool directors, some of you are running big kitchens, some of you are hosting. There's different levels where you're like, Iyhun, or like, okay, I can deal with it. Okay, the mass COVID school craziness, yes. Yeah. Okay, so I think what I would love you guys to do, if you have a pen and paper, I'll share my top 10 and we can get into it. I know we just have a limited amount of time, but I want to give you these yesaitis that you could take with you and try to run with it. And then I'll share a few little activities that I think could help you to just have some fun with your children. Take in the 2 minutes here, the 5 minutes there, the 10 minutes everywhere. That's what I call parenting these days. We're all like doing so many things. We have to grab the moment. That's what we need to do. Yes, yeah, having our children home is, it can be a good thing for some, and for others, it's difficult, but yes. Okay. Let's do this. Okay. One thing, we start off with number one. Number one is you need to take the time to eat, busy mommies. We can only make sure that our children eat breakfast, lunch, and supper and snacks. We actually have to make sure that we feed ourselves. Now, I know this is something that most people actually will say, well, I know that, but from knowing to doing doesn't always translate. Who can relate to this one? I have found myself standing and toasting the bread, taking out the butter, and not sitting down at the table. And who would let their children eat like that, right? So that's something I feel we need to start off with that. And we need to make sure that we feed ourselves, that we give ourselves the nutrition that we need so that we can actually be an effective parent. We can actually do our jobs properly. We can have good shalom bias. If you feed your body junk, sometimes it goes to what's in your head won't necessarily translate into the brightest, nicest things that come out of your mouth, right? Eventually it catches up with us if we're eating cake all day or just noshing. So which one of you gets stuck in that? Is this something that you can relate to? Because I can relate to it. And so many of the parents that I speak to say, yeah, we know we need to do this. Either we're on a big fat diet or we completely let go. That fine balance in between is sometimes very, very hard. So that would be my first thing that I feel is critical for us to address as parents. The second one I would say is even more important, that's getting enough sleep. How about all of you over here? Are you getting enough sleep? How many hours are you getting? Are you getting 5 hours? Are you getting 6? Are you getting 7? I don't think anyone's getting like 10, right? We don't need that. But sometimes when you have a new baby, you're getting 3 hours of sleep. And then you're waking up and you're trying to take care of the other children and you're trying to fulfill your roles, and it could get really, really hard. So when people ask me, what is the most critical thing? If a mother goes to sleep on time, and I don't mean you need to go to sleep at 9 o'clock at night, but some of us, we get that second wind at night. And so all of a sudden you're up till 1 or 2 because the kids are finally asleep, the work is done, and now you have your quiet space. So that's actually something that if there's one thing I impress upon you in terms of parenting during COVID, large families, it's making sure that give yourself a little time so that you can wind down, but go to sleep. Get your sleep. It's going to make such a big difference how you get up in the morning and how you're able to function, how you treat your children, right? on a baseline level? Yes, I will. I'm telling her babies, Chaya, I'm telling your babies to let you sleep. Yes, but let's think about it. The babies, does your baby have a schedule at some point, like the schedule of the non-schedule, right? Could you almost predict that at 2 a.m. and 4:45, the baby's gonna wake up? If so, how are you gonna schedule your day so that you get sleep in some fashion? You may not get it in the middle of the night, but when else could you catch up with a little sleep? It is really, really important. Okay, baby sleeps at night. Big kids to stop sneaking in. Yes, that too, right? I love all of you. This is let's keep it real. It's hard, right? But we need to start problem solving in each one of your homes, how you can get enough, eat your meals, okay? Just like you feed your children, and get sleep so that you can function. Number 3, this one's an easy one. Get 10 minutes of sunshine a day. Vitamin D really helps. It does a lot of good things, especially for COVID, they say. But simply speaking, sunlight really helps. I've been really sick with COVID for the past 3 weeks, and Baruch Hashem, I'm finally getting better. But let me tell you, some days I found myself just going to the door and wanting to feel the rays of the sun just coming through that window pane. We need that sun. It does something to us. So, you know, when you say to do too many things, we'll end up doing nothing. So that's why I'm trying to say 10 minutes. That could be 10 minutes while you're with your children and waiting for the bus stop. Or if you're homeschooling, it could be 10 minutes just taking a walk around the corner. But during the sunlight hours, just being cognizant of the fact that sunlight is critical to good health and mental health. Would you agree? Ever spent the winter in Montreal? Sunless, freezing days. Okay, now you know something? It's very interesting. I have a couple of friends, and there's a lot of science right now talking about seasonal affective depression, where people get depressed actually when there's less sunlight. And a couple of my friends have gotten these strong lamps, and they sit under it for 20 minutes a day because they say that that gives them, it like boosts their mood because they just need that sunlight that's missing in the winter. So if you're somewhere where there's no sunlight, then if it affects you, then definitely there are answers. I just heard about that. Okay. The next one I want to say, okay, 2 feet of snow outside. Are you jumping in the snow with your kids? Okay, how do I pronounce this? Sherbrooke? Chabad Sherbrooke? I want to tell you what I'm thinking about when I think about 2 feet of snow. When I was young, before global warming or whatever they call it, you know, whatever it is, we did have 2 feet, 3 feet, 5 feet. We cleared the snow with our bodies for the men to go to shul. We built tunnels underneath. And this way, you know, I'm the third of 12. My mother gave us each a garbage bag, and we went outside and went sliding on the snow, and we had good old fashioned fun. So I'm wondering how you could take that snow and make some good memories and have some great photo ops. We used to take crates and fill the snow in the crates and build igloos with the snow. That's how much snow there used to be in Muncie. Yes, amazing. They're out sledding down the driveway. It's amazing. So we got to take what we have in front of us and just make it a part of the connection with our children, which I'm going to get to next. Okay. Number 4, we'll just do this quickly so I can get it all in. Have a calendar for all your appointments so you don't overschedule yourself. One of the biggest problems when it comes to parenting and working is being what they call in the US a super mom. We're running and running and running and running. And at the end of the day, when you stop running, who do you think it falls on? It falls on yourself, your children, your husband. It drops somewhere. So if you look at your schedule and you start seeing, well, what are my obligations as shlucha? Do I have time with my children? And when is the time that I need to map out for them, depending on their ages and stages? That's a good beginning. Doctor's appointments, schooling, whether you're online or in person, those things, when you schedule it in, it makes a big difference. When I forget to schedule in my life, such as, for example, I get asked to do a talk, or I'm on an Instagram live or something, and I forget that 1 minute I actually had another obligation, all of a sudden the stack of things can quickly get overwhelming. So we just need to take care of ourselves in that way. This one I think everybody's gonna like. Number 5, leave time in your schedule for yourself to do something nice once every 2 weeks. That means, mommy, for your mental health and to be a good mommy, you want to do something, call it 1 hour every 2 weeks. That could be your show and bias hour. That could be you getting your nails done. That could be you just having coffee with somebody, getting on a Zoom call with someone, doing art and a project, a hobby you like, but take time out for yourself. When we infuse ourselves with taking care of ourselves, then we can give more to our children, especially as the family gets bigger. And I see on the chat, there are quite a few people with big families. It is so important to make sure that you remember you. When you fill up mommy, then you're able to give more. Who here remembers the story? I grew up on this of, does anyone here understand Yiddish? Machzach a mama, like make yourself a mama. The story in the shtetl of the woman who finally got an egg. And what did she do? She went into her bedroom and she ate the whole egg instead of splitting it up between 8 children. And her thinking was, machzach a mama. She has to create that mother. That mother has to have energy out of somewhere. So how many of you, if you want to put that in the chat, a yes, if you take time out to do something for yourself, or a no, if you're a martyr and you never do anything for yourself. Because everyone's needs can come first up to a certain point. But if you think about yourself as the giver to all your children, to maintaining relationships, to doing this holy work as a shlucha, we have to do something. Yes, it's hard to find time, but I try. Okay, so if we want to break it down in a different way, does anybody have 10 minutes a day to sit by themselves and have space in their brain? Anybody here? Does anybody do that? 5 minutes? Does anybody do that?
It's gonna be
Yes. Yes, okay. We need to do that because okay, I see a hand up. Hold on. How do we do hands ups here? That part I didn't figure out yet. Hi. Sterna, I'm not sure I can unmute you. Do you, who knows how to unmute Sterna? Okay. Hand went down. Okay, I'm just reading this. Yes,
I think
yes.
each one can unmute themselves. They just put on them.
Oh,
Unmute.
okay. Thank you. The Rebbe told me in Igros that sleeping well and eating correctly is the way to be matzliach. Next time I wrote the answer was, I told you before already. Yes, to eat correct. Okay. You give yourself more than 10 minutes. Good, good. Because this is critical to your success. these may seem like very simple things, but I really thought about it because in working with mothers over the past 20 years as a therapist, and now being online, and I have an offline program as well, Playful Parenting, that's a telecourse, and hundreds of women have gone through that course this year. And I have the online program with a Facebook group as well. And these are the things that keep coming up. So that's how I came to this top 10 list. I think people are going to love this one. Stop comparing yourself to other mothers. It's a real killer. We each have our strengths and our weaknesses, and what you see on the outside by someone doesn't always mean that what's going on the inside is the reality. And it is so, so critical to realize that we each come to the table with our personal strengths, and they make us who we are. Like, I am not a perfectionist. I am very comfortable with my house being 3/4 way clean. Other people that I know, their house needs to be, in Yiddish, we would say schmiggeldig. They're always busy with the Windex. But what it does, being comfortable with a 3/4 way house, means that I can have a lot of company and not worry about it. And I'm comfortable having paper plates if I need to, or plastic goods, because the goal of having a happy home overrides this need for perfection. So as shluchos, right? What is your strength? I want you to think about your strength. You can pop it into the chat if you want. What's something that makes you an incredible person, an incredible mother, an incredible shlucha? That's something that you bring to the community. That's just yours. That's something that's yours, that's special. Like, I don't know if I could live in the Philippines full time. My VA lives in the Philippines. So I never heard of the Philippines before. And I'm like, I can't believe Teferet lives in the Philippines. Where is that anyway? Well, now I know. It's close to Australia, I think, anyway. Am I right? I hope I'm right. Okay. Yes. Okay. So is your strength just above Australia? Okay. So is your strength that you can juggle a lot? Is your strength that you are a social person? Is your strength that you are creative? Is your strength that you love humanity? Is your strength that you are a chassid, right? Is your strength that you have a good mindset? Is your strength that you have leadership qualities? What is your strength? Focus on what you're good at. What the other neighbor does. My mother always said when she was younger, the third or 12th here, right? She always used to compare herself to the next door neighbor who had all the children organized for Purim with matching costumes and a theme. And my mother could barely, we had my grandparents living with us. She was having one baby after another, Kanai Nahara. I don't know, she was not getting costumes and a theme together. And she said, I got older and I realized Esther, that was her neighbor, Esther is Esther, and I'm Mrs. Weiss. And Mrs. Weiss does a lot of Hachnasas Archim, and Esther does a lot of other things, but we each have our own things that we're good at. So that's really important. Another thing I want to say when it comes to parenting is, please don't compare children to other children. How many of us suffer from that? If only you would be like your sibling, if only you would be like your cousin, if only you would be, right? Does anyone resonate with this? Did you grow up like this? I think nowadays we're a little more careful, but even in your mind, each child is a life unto themselves. Each child is a beautiful human being. And we want to make sure that our children, they feel how their parents think about them. We want to make sure that our children know that we celebrate them and we don't think that they're a second-class citizen to their other sibling. All right. Here's another one. We're on to number 8. Maintain family connection. And I really want to talk to this as shluchos when you're not near your family and it's hard. Sometimes the time zones are different. How do you maintain connection to your family? It's really, really important to gift our children with a relationship with a bubby and a zaidi and cousins, if possible, right? To the biggest extent, children need to feel rooted, just like us adults need to feel rooted, and especially as shluchos, when we make the decision to go far away. I think technology has evolved to the point where it's easy, look at us, to connect with people easier than it ever used to be. So I want you just to really think about it, because especially when you have a big family, especially when you're feeling a little more vulnerable because you need that support, that's the time where you could get on the phone or you could get on Zoom and you can get that connection. Like my daughter will sometimes have little Mayer's 3 years old. So today he sang for 5 minutes on the phone to me, Adon Olam. And I was like, wow, you are amazing. And I started singing with him and he was all so proud. And he even mustered me that I didn't get it right. He knows it the best, right? But my daughter got 5 minutes, and that 5 minutes gave her some breathing room perhaps to go to the bathroom, right? So I want you to think about emotionally and also practically speaking, what we want to do to include family, extended family into our life, to give our children that network. How many of you would say you feel like that's good in your life or that that's missing? You want to pop that into the chat, that would be great. And on that topic, supports are so critical for you as a mother, especially during COVID, especially being a shlucha. And I want you to ask yourself, do you have a mentor? Do you have this community right here that's a support? Do you need a parenting support? Do you have that? What's the name of the Chabad website again? I met my friend Judy Kagan at a Shabbos. We both didn't know anybody besides each other. So we got to talking to each other, and she's from LA and she's from Chabad. So she introduced me to who's going to help me here? What's the name of the website? Because I went on there where everybody goes on in the morning and checks out all the news online. Wow. Okay, I'm going to have to ask her. But what is your support that you have? And there are so many options for parenting Facebook groups, communities like mine, telehealth, one-on-one with what COVID has done is brought us all into the world of providing therapy online. And that, yes, co-live, yes, that's it. I knew it started with a co, and I didn't want to mess this up. Look at me, why was I nervous about that? Okay, so I looked on that website and I was like, so inspired, what an amazing resource. So I want you to think about resources that you can have wherever they are, whether it's family, whether it's connection with other shluchos, whether it's on Instagram or Facebook groups, whether it's in parenting groups, whether it's your own parenting counseling, whatever it is, so that you're not going it alone. As a shlucha especially, and with having big families and being away from family, different challenges will come up. Do not feel like you need to go it alone. Like you need to be a martyr. You do not need to be a martyr. All of us could use support. This is just like flat out across the board. We all need support as parents. And last but not least, and then I want to just share a couple of games if we still have time. Tiferet, you'll let me know. Put down your phones when you're around your kids. Just put down the phone, put down the social media. Make sure that there's time when you're with your children where they're seeing you without a device in your hand. Okay, super, super important. There's some interference here. I don't know who it is, but okay. Tiferet, do we have another 5 minutes for me to share a couple of games that you can do with your kids? I'm keeping an eye on the time. I think we may have a little bit more time, but let me know, Tiferet. Not sure. All right, I'll keep going. Okay, so I know, I see, all right, so let me just take a couple of more minutes and we'll wrap it up together and we can all, you know, if well, maybe you don't know, I'm at Parenting with Gelly on Instagram, on Facebook, wherever you are. Feel free to follow me. I love creating video content and supporting women. And you'll definitely hear a lot more. So I'm going to give you a couple of games that you can do with your kids that just take 2 to 5 minutes that can make such a significant difference when you do it every day to give that bond, that connection, bring in a little fun in the day-to-day busy schedule. The favorite across the board from hundreds of women in my course is this one. It's called doing pizza, baking pizza on your child's back. So I'll tell you how to do it. You take turns. Your child is either laying on their bed or sitting right near you, back to back, and you start rolling out dough with your hands like a little massage. You're rolling the dough and you're spreading the sauce and you're sprinkling the cheese and you're now baking it. Yeah, whoever it is that's talking, you may want to mute yourself. And then you bake it, you blow it, and then you cool it off a little more, and then you eat it, right? You make the bracha, and then your child can do it on you, on your back. And what it does is there's a structure to it. It helps your child feel connection. It brings the nurture level in. It's a little bit of a challenge. They get, like, some kids like to make tacos, sushi rolls, chocolate chip cookies, milkshakes. I've even seen a kid take a real rolling pin and hover it above her parents' back on a Zoom session. Now, I wish I had recorded that. That was cool. And she was so respectful. And the mother really was okay. She was like, that's so cute. 2 to 5 minutes. And actually, you would think this is only for young children. I have a parent who has a 12-year-old child who never went to sleep properly since she's 4 years old. She's now going to sleep nicely, playing pizza on her back every single night. And sometimes it's Hamantash and they're making it, and sometimes it's latkes, but they do a version of this. And she's doing this consistently now for a half a year. Major, major shift in the connection with the child. I'll share one more, which I think is amazing, a favorite, and it is taking good old-fashioned balloons. People, you have access to balloons, mommies? Just blowing up balloons in the house and bopping them around in the kitchen or in the living room, just as a fun activity. just when you have a lot of things to do, there are a lot of kids and a lot of time, popping balloons just is a fun thing to do. And if you want to go carnival style, you can take a little string, tie it to the balloon, wrap it around your foot, go outside or inside if you have 2 feet of snow, and just jump around the house, see who can step on whose balloon. You can blow feelings into a balloon, like big feelings could be a big blow, small feelings could be a small one. And you can have happy balloons, you can have sad balloons that you pop and you get rid of the sad things, but balloons seem to be a really fun thing. Okay, so my thought is, as we wrap up, take these 10 ideas and really see, what is it in this that you need to work on? I don't know what you need to work on. I know what I need to work on. I always say parenting is a midos factory. You have to keep growing, right? Jews, we're never standing in one place. We're either going up or we're going down. But as parents, you use the power of your mindset, take care of yourself so you can give to your responsibilities, your communities, your children. And remember, parenting happens in the 2-minute increments and the 5-minute increments. So whether you have a smaller family, a medium-sized family, a big and a bigger and a biggest, each child, if you think about 2 minutes and a way to connect with them in a fun way, give them a compliment, a kiss, a hug, it'll really, really make a difference during COVID with big families and at any time, because these are universal messages for all of us. So I'll wrap up because I know the rabbi is here. Thank you so much for having me. And I encourage each one of you to give yourself a real pat on the back and a big compliment for doing the work that you do every single day.
Thank you, Gelly. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Chaya, thank you.
This is one of the most fun talks I've heard in a long, long time. It makes me really miss when my kids were little. I love the pizza on the deck and playing in the snow and just having a great time with them. And really that's Mashiach, because Mashiach is happy and peaceful and everyone's going to be relaxed in their own skin and we're going to enjoy life. So actually it was something the Rebbitzin once said. Somebody asked her for advice and she said, enjoy life. So
Yeah,
that's all.
yeah, and that's
thank you.
Yeah, and that's my goal, really. I know it says Morty, so I don't know your name, but
Rifki,
Mrs.
my husband.
Okay, that's my goal with playful parenting, to bring the joy back into parenting, no matter what age your children are. Parenting is something so special. It's a gift that we're the only ones that can have the children. We've been tasked with raising the children. It is such a privilege. And if we can make it more fun, then we ourselves will feel a little less stressed out. And I always say happy kids equals happy families, right? So
Exactly.
that's what it's all about with Hashem's help. Thank you
Exactly.
so much.
I love the advice. Thank you
Amazing.
for being here. I love the advice about taking care of ourselves, making sure we eat and sleep and keep ourselves happy. The expression goes, if mama ain't happy, ain't nobody happy. So we have to do what we can to nourish ourselves. Thank you so much again. That was really, really helpful, fascinating, and delightful to listen to. And now I'd like to introduce Rabbi Schellenberg Kalmanson, who is a shliach in Cincinnati for a few decades, very involved in Mashiach and Geula. He travels to many countries to be Mechazek Yidden on this topic. But something interesting we may not know is that when he and his Rebbitzin had a Yechidus with the Rebbe before setting out on HaShluchos to Cincinnati, Rabbi Kalmanson asked the Rebbe, what do I need to know about Cincinnati to guide me in my work? And Rabbi Kalmanson, you'll correct me if I don't have every detail correct, but this is what I was given, that the Rebbe's answer was completely unexpected. The Rebbe told him that the Tzemach Tzedek threw Lilienthal, the maskil, out of Russia in shame. And now Lilienthal left the country and settled in Cincinnati. And this is why reform is such a strong presence there. So the Rebbe said, now the grandson of the Tzemach Tzedek is going to fight the grandson of Lilienthal, who's presently in Cincinnati, I guess, reform, and to finish the work that the grandfather began. So in other words, the struggle would continue, but obviously, Yadei Tliel Bel Yaina, look at the success that Chabad of Cincinnati, Ohio is experiencing. So I hope I got that right. And without further ado, Rabbi Collinson, the floor is yours. You have to unmute yourself, Rabbi. We don't hear you. You have to unmute your audio. Rabbi Collinson,
You can
hear
unmute him.
Oh,
You can.
I'm not a host. Oh, I'm a co-host.
Who is the host?
Who's the host? Let me see.
Tiferet?
Yeah,
What's
yeah,
his
I'm
name?
working on it. 1 second.
You hear me now?
Yes. Baruch Hashem.
Okay. I just want to make a little correction over here in terms of the Yechidus. In those days, one went in for Yechidus either as a Chosen Kala or right before expecting the birth of a child. We went in for Yechidus before the expecting of a child, and I had written to the Rebbe a number of communities, a number of cities that I should consider maybe. And the Rebbe read through the entire note and looked up at me and he says, favos nicht Cincinnati. Why not Cincinnati? And I asked the Rebbe, I said, if the Rebbe wants Cincinnati, I'll be there tomorrow, which I was. But at the same time, I asked the Rebbe, if the Rebbe wants Cincinnati, is there any particular shlichus that I should know what the Rebbe wants to achieve there? And that's when the Rebbe told me that it isn't, as is Yodua, it is known that when the Tzemach Tzedek got rid of Lilienthal out of Russia, because the Tzemach Tzedek and Lilienthal, who was the head of the Enlightenment movement in Russia, were constantly at battle, and the Tzemach Tzedek managed to push him out of the town, so to speak. So it is known that when the Tzemach Tzedek got rid of Lilienthal from Russia, he ended up going to the United States and eventually ended up in Cincinnati. So the grandson of the Tzemach Tzedek, namely the Rebbe, not me, I'm not the grandson of the Tzemach Tzedek. The grandson of the Tzemach Tzedek, namely the Rebbe, wants to finish the battle with the grandchildren of Lilienthal. So that was it. The next morning I was here, and thank God we did our battle with them, and I should say we were matzliach every time we were on a battle with them. And Baruch Hashem, here we are. I'm here already 50 years. I didn't come here yesterday. Anyway, to the subject matter, we're just now coming now from Yud Shvat and from Tu B'Shvat. And in both things, both dates, we have a lot that we can learn from in our daily life. The Rebbe, the first one in even the lineage of the Rebbeim, was the one that started the concept of outreach, of reaching out to other people on a mass scale. Although the Frierdiker Rebbe really sent some people to Morocco, to Tunisia, and to certain places, however, in terms of reaching out and touching someone, that the Rebbe started on a mass scale in Tavshin Yud Aleph when he took over the Nesius of our generation. As we all know, we are the seventh generation, as the Rebbe himself pointed out. And the Rebbe said, Kol Hashvim Chavivim, that our generation are the most chosen and pleased people in the avodah, in the outreach avodah. You know, Cincinnati Bell, I'm saying, or Ma Bell in general, thinks that they came up with the concept of reach out and touch someone, but that's not true, because Lubavitch came up with it way before, to reach out and touch every Jew and any Jew that we can lay our hands on, so to speak. And from that, we would be able to be matzliach, to bring many, many people, or to use the Rebbe's expression, tachas kanfei hashchina and tachas tzeil Chabad, which means to bring them under the wings of the Shechina and under the protection, if you will, of Chabad. So coming from those 2 days, that was the Rebbe's incentive. And the lesson that we know from Tu B'Shvat, as the Rebbe himself pointed out also on many occasions, is that man is likened to the tree of the field. Ki ha'odam eitz hasoda, that man is likened to the tree in the field. And just like a tree starts as a sapling and slowly but surely grows in every which way, both in terms of the stem, and eventually it becomes a big, big stem growing in circumference, and also in the fact that it starts growing leaves and eventually fruit that can bear other fruit that can build, and if reignited with the ground again, can bring more and more fruit. So the Rebbe pointed out that this is obviously the, excuse me?
No.
This is obviously the task of Lubavitcher. As Chabad people, we have to know that we have a responsibility to reach out and touch as many people as possible in every which way possible as well. As we know, as time moved on, the Rebbe started a campaign, which is interesting because that campaign really started right away, Tavshin Yud Aleph, when the Rebbe took
Rabbi Collinson, you need to unmute yourself. I'm so sorry. Ferris, are you able to unmute Rabbi Collinson?
Under what name is it?
Shalom. So sorry, I was trying to mute everybody and then you got muted as well.
All right, do you hear me now?
Yes, thank you. I'm so sorry about that.
No problem. So where did I lose you? Where did I get lost over there?
Just a minute ago,
It was only a few
maybe
seconds.
20 seconds ago.
All right, so when the Rebbe took over the Nesias, and Tavshin Yud Aleph, slowly but surely, the Rebbe pointed out that we are the Deir Hashvi. And the Rebbe pointed out that being the seventh generation, we are a special generation, just like in the earlier years with Avram Avinu. The seventh was Moshe Rabbeinu, and Moshe Rabbeinu ended up obviously bringing the Jewish people out of Mitzrayim and brought them to receive the Torah, and eventually got them till the borders of Eretz Yisrael. So too, the Rebbe said, our task as the Deir Hashvi, as the seventh generation, is to reach out literally and to touch the entire world wherever we can. And as time moved on, the Rebbe basically moved from the generality to becoming more specific. The more specifics that the Rebbe got into was obviously the campaign of Mashiach. The Rebbe said that obviously we say in Animamin every day, those who say this, obviously it's not in our Siddur, but the other Siddurim where they say the Animamins, in the Animamins it says they're clear that Animamin be'emunah shleima b'viyis HaMashiach, af al pi sheyismameya im kol zeh chakelei b'chol yom sheyavri. That I believe in the coming of Mashiach, and even though he tarries, he hasn't come yet, he's not here. Despite all that, every day I look forward to his coming. So there's a famous question, what means looking forward every day to his coming? Does this mean that I once a day, if I get up in the morning or in the afternoon or whenever it is, and I say to myself, when is Mashiach coming, I was Yotzeh? Or does it mean B'chol Yom means every second of the day? And the conclusion, obviously, that the Rebbe comes to is that this means every second of the day a person has to think about and worry and concern and yearn for the arrival of Mashiach. And even though he's tarrying, I'm not going to, cool off and become disappointed and stop thinking along those lines. So we have to know that we were put into this generation because, to use the expression again of the Medrash, that when Moshe Rabbeinu, before he passed away, was given the opportunity to check out what the generations in the future will look like until the final generation, the generation of Mashiach. And the Medrash says that Moshe Rabbeinu niskana b'doirei shel Mashiach. Moshe Rabbeinu was jealous of our generation. Why? He said because in his generation, obviously they saw all the miracles that God did, but in Mitzrayim, the 10 plagues and the crossing of the Red Sea and the giving of the Torah and everything and the man and so on and so forth. They saw all the miracles, and yet every Montik and Donnerstag, every Monday and Thursday, they were questioning and fighting and battling with Moshe Rabbeinu. However, the generation of Mashiach, we really didn't see those kind of miracles. Although obviously the Rebbe performed miracles, but the kind of miracles where the entire Jewish people were prone to see, we don't see it in that kind of a way, and yet Moshe Rabbeinu saw that our sincerity in the beliefs of miracles and in the beliefs of Mashiach and so on and so forth is so strong and so impactful that he was actually, like I say, jealous of our generation. So what I say to each and every one of us, Ashreinu matov chalkeinu manoim goreleinu mayofi rushaseinu, how much we have to be satisfied and happy and joyous about the fact that we are the 7th generation and about the fact that we are going to be the generation that will actually usher in the coming of Mashiach, and we'll see it with our own eyes. And the only thing is that we have to learn the Iyhun Mashiach Ugiyula, as the Rebbe said, on a daily basis, not to just from time to time, or for those who are learning the Rambam, and they come to the end of the Rambam where the Rambam spells out all the things that are going to happen when Mashiach is going to come, but rather every day a person has to think about Mashiach, worry about Mashiach, be concerned about Mashiach, and actually try to see to it that we should be able to be zeicha, to be the ones to be in the forefront of the arrival of Mashiach and go with him to Eretz Yisrael. So when we are talking and looking on our generation, and we look at the Ashreinu Mateiv Chalkeinu, that we were zeicha to be in this generation, and we were zeicha that this is our Rebbe, and it was to us whom he spoke, and it was to us that he made everyone a shliach, we have to know that we have to fulfill our shlichus. A shliach has to do the Ritzayin HaShluchos, the will of the sender. And the Rebbe also went so far to say, I'm going with you, ich gehe mit euch, I'm going with you in every place where you're going on shlichus. There's a famous story, it's a true story, that happened in the Beis Rivka. After the Rebbe had said all these things, and after Gimel Tammuz, there were a bunch of girls, slowly but surely, especially high school girls, that sort of started, wandering away slowly. They used to go to movies, they used to go here, they used to go there. They were going in places where they shouldn't have gone. So the Anhola of the Beis Rivka called a meeting with all these girls and basically started telling them, look, you are older teenagers, we can't tell you what to do. You're obviously not necessarily going to, listen to us per se, but we do want to make one suggestion, that every time you go to a movie, you should, instead of buying one ticket, you should buy two. Why? Because the Rebbe says he goes with you. So if the Rebbe is going with you, you don't want the Rebbe to sit on the floor. So buy a second ticket for the Rebbe so that he has a place to sit with you. And that made an impact on the girls to the extent that obviously they slowed down with these Mishigasim, and they obviously stopped going thanks to this ingenuity, if I could say that, of the Anhola of the Besrifka telling the girls that the Rebbe is with them. Now we have to know, and we have to remember that the Rebbe is with us, because people that are on shlichus see miracles literally every day. A person, a shliach, that's going to tell you that he doesn't see miracles every minute of the day is, pardon my French, is lying. Why do I say this? Because let me start with a very simple thing. A shliach comes into a city when there's nothing there, and all of a sudden turns the city over upside down in every which way possible by being Mekarev Jews to Judaism, and seeing that there should be kosher in the city, and seeing that there should be a cheder, a Talmud Torah, or whatever else it may be, a Hebrew school, so that the kids would have where to go. Misnagdim, obviously, in trying to copy us constantly, being copycat, so to speak, also started coming out to communities where Lubavitchers were. And this happened already in the, I would say, in the mid-70s, closer to 80, where they started coming into communities, but not stamp to a community. They would come into a community where there's a Lubavitcher. They would open a kollel, and they would start trying to draw people into the kollel so that they could have followers. Lepel, we see clearly that Lubavitch, when it comes into a city, we come in obviously with the koyach of the Rebbe, and we take over the city. And when they come into a city, okay, they influence 5, 6, 10, whatever it is, people, but they don't have the same impact. Why? Because the Rebbe is not with them. And
Rabbi
that's very simple.
Thompson,
Yes.
would you be able to zoom out a little so we can see you?
Am I okay now?
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Okay, so this is really what we should always know. And when we wake up in the morning, to say Ashreinu Matev Cholkeinu Manoim Goraleinu Mayofer Shasenu, that we have the schus to be in the 7th generation. We have the schus that the Rebbe gave us straight guidance on a daily basis, and we have the schus that the Rebbe is continuously going with us wherever we go, whatever we do, and that should really also be a warning, if you will, that before you want to do something, God forbid, that's not 100% as the Rebbe wants, you should know that the Rebbe is there with you, so you got to be careful and watch out not to do the thing that you shouldn't be doing. So to go back to the positive side of it, again, we are all shluchim of the Rebbe, regardless of whether we're physically on a shlichus in a town somewhere outside New York or somewhere in Timbuktu. And even if we're in New York, the Rebbe said the same thing, that even those that are in Crown Heights are also shluchim, and they can also fulfill the concept of shlichus to each his own, in his own way, however that would end up happening. But everyone is a shliach and a shlucha of the Rebbe, so we should, gird ourselves, so to speak, to be ready, and to not only to be ready, but to physically do and accomplish everything the Rebbe wanted from us. And this will definitely hasten the Geula, that the Rebbe will reveal himself and be with us and take us all. The Rebbe will take us with the clouds of glory straight on a 747, so to speak, if I can use that expression, straight to Eretz Yisrael, straight to Yerushalayim, straight to the Har HaBayis, and straight to the Beis HaMikdash HaShlishi, that it should happen mamish imminently any minute today. Thank you.
Amen, amen. Ken Yiratzon. Thank you
Amen.
so much for these inspirational words of great chizuk and bitachen, especially in the Basuras HaGeula of Hine Hine Mashiach Ba, and giving us the strength and the confidence and the empowerment to continue to prepare ourselves, our families, our surroundings, and our communities to be Makabel Pnei Mashiach Tzidkenu. It should be
Amen.
immediately, today, now, mamish. The world
Amen.
needs it more than ever. So I just want to make some announcements, and then we will soon have one more speaker, so stay tuned. And that is about a raffle ticket. Let me just find information. Okay, so as we know, there's a lot of expenses involved in putting together a beautiful program like this, even if it's virtual. So if you haven't yet signed up and purchased a raffle ticket, please do so at 22shvat.com. That's 22shvat.com. From now until after the banquet main event on Thursday, you can get a ticket to the raffle, and the prizes are very, very special. One is a necklace made with a cloth, a piece of cloth from the Rebbitzin, and a siddur that's made with cloth from the Rebbe. The money will go to a virtual homeschool and art store, which is sarikvin.com, sarikvin.com. So again, if you didn't sign up yet and get a raffle ticket or pay $36 when you registered, you can do so at 22shvat.com. And those are the amazing, wonderful, and holy prizes that are in store for the person who is Zeicha B'Garel. So before we have our next speaker, I think actually we're running not only on time, we're running early. So Hashgacha Pratis, maybe I could share with you one of my favorite mishalim when it comes to thinking about the role of Jewish women in history, particularly the role of Jewish women in our times that we're in, and especially the role of HaShluchos, who are in such an important pivotal position and time in history now. So mashal that I like to think about is the stewardesses on an airplane. So there's a few things about them that I think we can really compare our tafkid to. One thing is you'll notice most of the flight, the stewardesses don't sit down. They're on their toes, they're on their feet. They're working hard for most of the flight. Another thing is that they're very pleasant. You always wonder, like, why are they so happy? Why are they always all so happy? But sometimes you fake it till you make it, right? They always put on a smile, and they're pleasant and they're helpful, usually. Then another thing about them is they know their lines by heart. When they're teaching us the safety measures and what to do if, chas v'shalom, there's a problem, they know that the safety and the lives of the passengers depend on them, and they're not going to start reading from their notes like I'm doing. They know their lines backwards and forwards. They could say them in their sleep. And the other thing, and maybe the most important thing, is that they have total trust in the captain because of the pilot. They know that he has landed that plane home many, many times. And even if there's turbulence and even if there's some difficulties during the flight, they have their eyes on the destination. They know without a doubt that the plane is going where it needs to go. So we find ourselves kind of in this turbulent, chaotic times in the world now, where you don't even want to follow the news anymore. I always say, let's not watch the news, let's create the news. Let's stay in Geula, keep the Geula mindset, and create better and better of more and more of the Hiskalos. So we've got to know our lines by heart, meaning we want to learn as much as possible about Inyanim Mashiach so that we can share it with everyone. The passengers on the plane, being humanity basically, is depending so much on us as Anash, as Chassidim of the Rebbe, as women, and as Shluchos. We have such an important role and responsibility, and also such a great merit, such a great schus, that we can really lead the world to its ultimate and final healing, which is with Mashiach Tzidkenu. And of course, towards the end of the flight, the passengers all applaud the captain and the crew. We're not really waiting for that applause, but it will be nice to think about now that the Rebbe is going to reward us with the biggest, brightest smile and Yashar Kayach that we were able to bring the plane home. So I want to actually suggest a call to action, and you'll let me know when Mrs. Rustavora is waiting. Credit editor. Oh, I'm so sorry. I just want to add about the raffle that the third prize is credit at the virtual homeschool store. That is the third prize. I don't know how much the gift card is for, but sounds like a wonderful prize. So there's 3 excellent prizes for the raffle. What I would like to do, it's $100. Wow. Okay. These are all great prizes. So make sure, can you buy more than 1 raffle ticket, or it's only 1 ticket per person? Tiferes, you want to let us know? Are we eligible to buy more than 1 ticket? Okay, I guess.
Yeah, they have different options on the website. You can just see it there.
Excellent. Okay. So in terms of like, we always know at the end of every Farbrengen, and the Rebbe always said, what is the Ubechein? So as Shluchos, you probably have plenty already, and who am I to come and say, you're already doing so much. And as Geli was telling us, all these ways of bringing Mashiach, it's like our heads might be a little bit in the clouds, but our feet are very much on the ground, and we have our work cut out for us. But since we're coming from Yud Shvat and we're approaching Chaf Shvat, and we want so much that the Gula Shlema should happen, we're trying to focus in the committee that we put together is called United for Gula. And we had actually a delegation that we sent to 770 post Yud Shvat, and we basically read a declaration of Kabbalas HaMalchus. And we had women from all around the world signing. There was Zoom, many women tuned into the Zoom. We had a delegation at the aisle. We kind of covered all our bases. And women were sent in many reviews of how touched they were and how heartfelt it was and how they felt so united and so empowered by the delegation that they encouraged us to keep on going. And we also got many brachas from the Rebbe. We're just going to go till we get to the finish line. So Erev Chaf Shvat, on Chaf Shvat, post Chaf Shvat, we're going to be organizing again delegation, hopefully greater in Kamas and Echos, to daven, to read the declaration, to accept Melech HaMashiach in 770. For those who are comfortable, go to the aisle. We'll have a delegation there. We may have women go to the Kaisel, to Kever David, Kever Rachel. We need all the tefillas, and we just have to, just like in the year, between Tafshin Yud and Tafshin Yud Aleph, the Chassidim were relentless, and they pleaded, and they begged, they yearned, they cried, they wrote, they signed. We have to just try everything because we can't leave any stone unturned. There's so much in our hands right now. So please, I'll put on the chat. Actually, I'll say it now, and I'll put on the chat my cell number, and you could text me to be added to the group called United for Gula Delegations, and we're going to update you on there. First of all, there's going to be a little bit of learning as a hachana, and we're going to update you on there when and where these delegations are going to happen. There'll probably be a Farbrengen at some point in someone's house, also on this Iyhun and final bit of Kabbalas HaMalchus. So taking to heart from the Rebbetzins' powerful influence on these days that are surrounding her Stalkos of Chaf Shvat, and her ability to zero in on the task that now needs to be completed. She set aside all other considerations, and she rose above her own nature, which was to be more, not in the limelight, and to be more to herself, but whatever it took to be focused like a laser beam on the mission at hand, putting everything on the line just so it gets done. Let's take her lead this Chaf Shvat. Let's take to heart what it took for us, for the Hasidim, and for her to convince the Rebbe to accept the Nesias, and let us make it happen. We cannot take no. The Hasidim didn't take no for the Kabbalas and Nesias. We cannot take no when it comes to the scholars of Melech HaMashiach. We need it, we deserve it, we earned it, and we want it now. So with everyone's permission, if I can, if we can stand up. I don't know if Chana, if you're able to screen share the declaration. I'm going to read actually part of one declaration that was written on the Kavod Yud Shvat, and then I'm going to read a few lines of a plan that was written actually for Chaf Shvat. So if you don't mind to bear with me. Okay, if we can screen share, that's even better, so we can read it together. Would someone like to volunteer to read it? Because maybe you're hearing my voice enough. Okay, yes, I don't want to. Anyone want to volunteer to have the Swiss to read it? Okay, so go ahead, and those of you who would like to stand, we say this with complete awe and submission and bittul to the Rebbe Melech HaMashiach. As in the days of the coronation of David HaMelech, when the elders of the Shvatim came to David and Hebron to beseech him to be their king, they said, "We are your bones and your flesh." So too do we follow their precedent and offer ourselves with utter submission before the exalted and holy leadership of the Lubavitcher Rebbe, leader of our generation and Mashiach of our generation. We stand here today as representatives of the legions of faithful and sincere Jewish women worldwide who desire to receive the Rebbe's righteous leadership as our King Mashiach. On the day that he officially accepted the mantle of leadership on Yudfat 5711, the Rebbe delineated his mission statement and that of the seventh generation to be the ones who would actually complete the work of all the previous generations, culminating in the return of the Shekhinah down here below with the coming of Mashiach. As the Rebbe made abundantly clear on Chafes Nisan 5751, he has personally completed everything which was in his power to do to prepare the world for Mashiach, and he was now placing the matter squarely into our hands to complete the task. Subsequently, the Rebbe clarified that all the avodah necessary to bring Mashiach has been completed, and all that remains is for us to welcome Mashiach Tzidkenu in actuality. In the Rebbe's words, the appointment of Melech Mashiach has already taken place, as it is written, Matzasi David Avdi B'Shemen Kachi Meshachtiv in Tehillim 89:21. I have found David my servant, I have anointed him with my holy oil. All that is now required is that the people accept his kingship, and that the bond between the king and the nation be revealed in all its perfection. I'm just going to skip a bit now over to the next paragraph, the end of the second to last paragraph. And as he has expressed, Mashiach only awaits the acceptance of his kingship, and that the bond between the king and the nation be revealed in all its perfection. We, the undersigned, therefore do here, and the women who are present here now, we all hereby fully, joyfully accept the Rebbe Melech Mashiach's sovereignty upon ourselves with joy and gladness of heart. And we ask Hashem that the Rebbe Melech Mashiach immediately be revealed to the entire world, that he can continue with all of his activities in a completely visible manner, culminating in the Geula Shlema speedily in our days. Amen. And before we say Yechid together, I'm just going to read a drop from a pan of how we're appealing to the Rebbe Tzimchai Mushka. This is to awaken much mercy upon us, women from all parts of the world that are joining as one to ask and to plead of our esteemed and righteous Rebbetzin, Chaya Mushka, the daughter of the Rebbe Rayatz, the Frierdiker Rebbe, that she should please intercede on our behalf before our Father in heaven, that he should speedily send Kivod Kedushas Admar Melech HaMashiach down here lemata, B'guf Gashmi, that we can all see in this physical world, lemata mi'asar tvachim, and in the merit of her Mesiras Nefesh for all Hasidim, so that her father's work with self-sacrifice can have continuity. So too now, we should reach the purpose of all our avodah throughout the length of Golus, and we should have the simcha that comes, Yisra Na'ar Min HaChayshech, how much pain we've all suffered and we've been through, and especially women who are more emotional, and we feel the pain of Golus more strongly. We are waiting to feel the simcha of the Haskalas of Melech HaMashiach, and we include also the Avodah of Kabbalas HaMalchus, of Kvod Kedushas Mereinu V'Rabbeinu Melech HaMashiach, with the revelation of Mashiach speedily now, Mamish. And if we could say together, Yechi Adeinu Mereinu V'Rabbeinu Melech HaMashiach Li'olam Va'ed. Okay, and thank you so much for joining. And now we're going to introduce Ruth Devora, who is a very, very qualified, am I being heard and seen? Hi. Actually, it's been over 30 years. He danced at my chasana. We danced together. I have him in the video. So it's been a while. Ruth Devora is a social worker and therapist who's a very well-regarded speaker and presenter over the years. And she created her own guided meditation course with brachas from the Rebbe. And we're extremely lucky and happy and delighted to have you with us in this special, special evening. Ruth Devora will give us practical tips to be a healthy shlucha. The floor is yours. You need to unmute yourself. Someone needs to unmute Ruth Devora, or she needs to unmute herself. Tiferes, can you unmute her?
Okay,
Oh, here we are. Okay, we're
thank
just
you.
starting
Now
right
we're
now.
in.
Now we're
Now we are in. Thank you, Tiferes, for
Welcome aboard.
inviting me. And thank you for that very generous invitation.
Yeah,
And-
the ladies
and,
enjoyed you last time. We said we have to finish where we ended off. And I was actually
Yes.
jet lagged, so I was sleeping. I said I can't miss it this time.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Well, only good news, and Mazel Tov on this evening. It looks like you've got a nice crowd here, and you should be successful, and you should do many good things all the women here together tonight. And I guess that segues into what we're going to speak about. And as everybody, I saw a meme that said, if you don't have a friend who's sick in December and January, you don't have a friend. If you or a friend is not sick at this time. So I'm letting you know I'm not sick, but I live in Buffalo and I had to shuffle my way out of 2 feet of the snow for a car yesterday to move somewhere. So I might have a little raspy voice. And if we sing, you'll forgive me because you can't sing with me because of this crazy Zoom life that we live in. And you'll all have to be muted when we sing. But at the same time, Hine Matov, we're all together here. And so we must. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to talk about taking care of ourselves and making sure as HaShluchos, and I consider myself one, I live out in the boonies, and I come to you guys, whether it's here on Zoom during the COVID dicker urine, they call it COVID-19, but it's to quote COVID-22 by now. So they got to stop, pulling the wool over our eyes, and we got to get on with the geula and move forward. And the way we need to do that is when we ourselves are in our optimal state. And that's not easy. We're pushing against things like we're pushing against the grain. And that is life in the 21st century. That is the way, I guess it seems, with the digital distractions that we have, which I'm sure there's going to be beeps. I want to make sure that, I should make sure that my WhatsApp is off. It's not. That would not be a good thing. It would be beeping. So the digital distractions and all of the, let's say, frightening news that we hear about various things, and all of that really wreaks havoc on our psyches and really challenges us on many levels. So I would like to propose a basic system, share a couple ideas with you, and then move on and even open it up for you guys to share with me your thoughts, because you're the ones on HaShluchos living the life wherever you are in your nook in the world. And you're the expert of your own life. So what I'd like to do is first wet my whistle, share a basic premise. I believe that a person can only become whole, settled, happy, complete if he or she works on all 3 levels of body, mind, and soul. And I believe the first efforts in body, mind, and soul self-care are with calming down and settling down. So for instance, for the body, I'll teach you guys, if you're open to it, a breathing exercise that relaxes the body, slows the heartbeat, slows obviously respiration, and slows and lowers blood pressure. So that will help us calm the body. So that technique. Then another technique for the mind, responding to, as in the introduction, I was spoken about that I work with meditation. And at the time that the Rebbe spoke about meditation, I was doing a meditation that was not halachically permissible. I didn't know. I was not an observant Jew at that point. And then when I found out about it, I realized that meditation not only is helpful, but it can be utilized in a kosher way. and I've developed Kosher Meditations, and I'm going to teach you one. So that's for the mind. So we've got the body and the mind and the neshama, the soul. 3 holistic approaches. The neshama, so it's not an exercise quite like a breathing technique or a meditation technique. It's more of a study or a review technique. And what we're going to be reviewing would be every day, if you can, to read or study something about bitachon. Bitachon, I believe, is the antithesis or the opposite of worry. When a person is not worried, they're calm. When a person is calm, they're trusting that things will work out well. L'chaim. Got to keep moist. So the idea here is that if we engage our body, mind, and soul together in a synergistic way, so that we're taking care of ourselves on all 3 of those levels, then we optimize ourselves. So the first approach, I said, is to tone it down. So we said in the body, and I'm going to teach the technique, we relax the body through a slow, relaxed breathing. So in that, we're doing that. That's only one aspect of taking care of the body. So if we're going to do a full, holistic approach to taking care of the body, that is just the first one, because if we can settle down, then we approach life with more wisdom, more moach shalit al halev, more presence to be able to make decisions in the right time, in the right way. So in this technique for the body, what we're going to do, and I'll use my finger to guide us, we're going to breathe in through the nose and then out through the mouth, and slow down the breath that's coming out. And I'll kind of pulsate as if it were like a second. 1 1,000, 2 1,000. So I'll pulsate my finger as if I'm counting a second. So we breathe in, let's say 2, and out 3. And we'll do it a few times and it'll look kind of like this. So that was in 2 and out 3. Now this should be comfortable. If for any of you it gets uncomfortable or you get dizzy, take a couple regular breaths. It kind of means you don't practice breathing in a way that's really optimal. And very often my anxious clients note that when they're anxious, their mouth is open and they overbreathe. So think about a panting dog, lahavdil. Sometimes we get really anxious and we overbreathe. You've heard of the expression hyperventilation. So there's a hyperventilation syndrome when people breathe too much through the mouth. And the fact is I talk too much, which is mouth breathing, a lot of out breathing. And that's why I have to keep hydrated. When you think about it, when you breathe out through the mouth, there's more moisture. And so you're actually dehydrating yourself by breathing too much out of the mouth. So we always try, and there's a very strict set of techniques called the Buteyko techniques, Buteyko method techniques. they only want us to use our nose, but that's not always possible. I mean, sometimes a person has a cold or allergies, but at least breathing in through the nose. There's a precedent in the Torah, Vayipach ba'apav nishmas chayim, that God breathed in through his nostrils the breath of life into his nose. And so the in-breath should always be in through the nose if you can do that. So then you exhale through this small mouth hole. And the smaller the mouth hole, the longer you should be able to sustain the out-breath. The object here is to slow down the breathing and especially the exhalation. That's the key. And so I have what I call BBB, basic breathing for beginners. You could say, but I'm 20, I'm 30, I'm 40, I'm 60. It doesn't matter. If we didn't learn how to breathe as an adult, we're probably not breathing right. Many people breathe with what's called vertical breathing. That's exaggerated, but they're using their mouth and they're going up and down. But we should be doing what's called horizontal breathing. I don't know if I'm going to be able to show you, but if you put your hands on your ribs, okay, let's see what we can do here. Okay. And you breathe in and then out. Your ribs should be able to expand. That's horizontal breathing. That's belly breathing. When someone says breathe deeply, it's not this. That's not a deep breath. That's a very shallow breath because the lungs are shaped kind of like triangles where the small points are on top. So when you breathe in through your mouth and up here in the top part, a vertical breath, it's up here in the small part of the lungs and it doesn't get to go all the way down to the rich part of the lungs where the alveoli are. And there's that place, the alveoli, help oxygenate the whole body. So if a person hasn't practiced breathing deeply, meaning deep down with the nose instead of the mouth up here, they're not really oxygenating the body and getting the fullest advantage of the air that they're breathing. So let's try it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to say the next number. So we'll do 2 and 3 a couple times, and then I'll say 2 and 4. So we'll do 2 and 4, and then I'll do 3 and 4, and then 3 and 5. And we're always trying to exhale a little longer. Okay? And see if you can follow. If it gets too hard, you can stop. Okay, we're going to start in 2 and out 3. Now 2, 4. 2, 4. 3, 4. 3, 5. etc. You get the idea? What we're trying to do is exhale always longer than the inhale. Breathe in only through the nose and see if you can keep getting further and sustaining the exhale longer and longer. Now, not everybody can go that far, so I didn't want to continue. Some people are very anxious breathers, they're over breathers, and it's very hard for them. Someone said, what about the 4, 7, 8 breathing, which is from Andrew Weil. It's great. But what that is inhale for 4. What if you can't? Hold for 7. What if you can't hold your breath? And then exhale for 8. That's a lot. That's what's called double out breath. Breathe in 4 and out 8, but to hold it in the middle. So my technique, the first one I mentioned, is basic breathing for beginners. Breathe in through your nose and out a little bit longer through your mouth. The more advanced technique that I just told you, where you're counting the cycles, the breath cycles, I call the breathing contest, but you're the only contestant. You're the only one breathing this contest. No one is competing against you. And what's really important is you don't want to extend yourself beyond what's comfortable. So little by little, you get better. So maybe tonight you practice and you get 3 and 6, which is great. You remember 3 and 6 tomorrow night. And tomorrow night you say, let me see if I can do 4 and 6 and then 4 and 7. And you kind of keep gradually expanding your breath capacity. But most important, so here is a caveat. This is the takeaway. Relaxation is found in the slow exhale. For the body, if you remember only that, brava. Relaxation is found in the slow exhale. Okay, so the concept here is to exhale longer than you inhale and keep trying to extend it even longer. So double out breath, 4 and 8 is great. 5 and 10, right? 6 and 12, but not everybody can get that far. So you customize it according to your ability. So that's to relax the body. The mind, how do we settle the mind? Oh my gosh, the crazy stuff going on in the world now. What we're hearing every day, what we're not hearing, all the mishigas, all of the information that might not even be true, all of the fears, all of the information that's coming at us so rapidly, and a lot of people are sick. So how do we process that? How does our mind not get derailed? Because life still happens. So we're dealing with kids, we're dealing with a spouse. Yeah, I was going to say we're dealing with spouses, but hopefully we're only dealing each person with one spouse at a time, right? And we're dealing with finances. We're dealing, you guys, most of you here are HaShluchos. You're dealing with responsibilities day to day that are beyond the typical human being's responsibilities. You're taking care of communities, schools, shuls, programs. It's really Herculean. Maybe a Greek reference is not a good idea, but it's a really incredible thing that you do, that we all do. And we need that kind of strength. And the only way is through this self-care. And the mind gets swept up in all of the intensity of stuff. So whereas maybe, 2.5 years ago, I had a bunch of clients who had depression. Not anymore. If anybody has depression, they've got anxiety too, because the world is off its rocker. And I've been telling a colleague friend of mine, I'm busier now than ever. I don't want to be busier now with so many clients. I really want to kind of do more for myself, do more self-care. But the world is really running wild. So I call that running wild kind of mind off on its own. I call that the machshava merry-go-round, the merry-go-round of the mind. And by the way, the few of you who are actually with your cameras, I applaud you and I thank you very much. Sarah Turin, Hannah Sharf, Morty Katz. I don't think your name is Morty, but thank you very much for joining with an actual actual picture. I appreciate that, not just a photograph. So thank you. Oh, Toby, if you're coming, you can show your face too, Toby. I'll let you. Anyway, so the point being, now, if ever in my life, for sure, is a time where we need, thanks to Ferris, we really need to take care of ourselves. There once was a lady who lived in the shtetl, and she was in dire need of finances. She wasn't even doing Chabad campaigns for fundraising with charity. She didn't have that facility to do that. And her husband was out eking out a living. And she had so many kids, like the woman who lived in the shoe. She had so many children, she didn't know what to do. And she went into the kitchen, see if she could, mix something up for the kids, rustle something up. And she can't find anything. And she finds one egg. One egg. I got 10 kids. Thank you, Sarah Sutton, for joining with a video. Thank you, appreciate that. So she finds one egg and she says, what am I going to do with one egg? So she closes the door and she scrambles up the egg and she makes a bracha and she eats a piece of the egg, and there's a knocking on the door with the children knocking, mommy, what are you making? And she says, it's best in Yiddish, Ich mach faraich a mame. I'm making a mommy for you. We need to make ourselves mommies. We need to take care of ourselves. Just like it's used all the time, but it's a good muscle on the airplane. If anybody dares to use an airplane anymore, I'm just joking. So the mask comes down and they say, first, take care of yourself and then children and others. Why? Because if I'm insane and I can't breathe, we just talked about how important breathing is. If I'm going cuckoo, how am I going to take care of my little child and my grandmother and whoever's flying with me? So the self-care is so critical. And I had people today, every day I have clients who talk like this. I yelled again at my kids. I'm doing better, but I yelled. I didn't want to. I see that there are children here. I see T. Ferris. Is this a general public audience only, or is there parental guidance permitted as well?
Mostly I have a few minutes for this, Kinnus.
Yeah, okay, as long as they're wise children and the Vidila Mavin. I'll speak in tongues. I'll speak in short lingo.
I'll have my privacy.
Anyway, but you understand what I'm saying. If we don't want to do things around the people we love the most in a way that's socially, hi, Toby. Thanks for coming on with the video. Thank you, Cyril. Hi, Cyril. Haven't seen you in a really long time. Thanks for coming on with the video. Is that a daughter-in-law of yours, Sarah? Nice to meet y'all. All right, thank you for video audience, because now I feel that I can be alive and vibrant. Seeing initials and letters is like, ah. So we were talking about self-care, and if we're not in our optimized state, we don't take care of the people around us very nicely. And, there used to be an expression, it's kind of a mean expression, but it's true. Oh, your class just ended, so welcome. So it seems to be the case, but it's a really kind of yucky statement, but you always hurt the ones you love. When have you hurt the checkout guy in the grocery store? When have you hurt the Uber guy who dropped you off once last week? The Amazon guy who socially distantly drops off your packages? When did you yell at those people? Vidila Mavin, are there still children around? Tiferet, are there still children around? No? Yeah?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay, so I can talk more openly now. But you get the idea. We hurt our spouses and our children. because we're not self-caring enough. You know, the mitzvah of self-care is probably one of the greatest mitzvahs in the Torah. Rabbi Akiva says that Klal Gadol b'Torah, v'ahavta l'recha kamocha, or kamoch. If you don't love the kamoch part, if you don't love yourself, how are you going to love your neighbor? What if you don't care? I don't care if this happens. I don't care if I don't get this. Well, if you don't care about yourself, how are you going to be nice to other people? How are you going to clue into them at all? And so the next element, so a quickie chazor for the people who just finished the shir. So Cyril, we spoke about a holistic approach. The first system is in settling ourselves in body, mind, and soul. So the first thing I taught was a breathing technique to relax the body. Now I'm going to teach a mind technique that the Rebbe requested in 1979 while I was doing something that was not kosher. I was doing transcendental meditation at the time. I was becoming from soon thereafter. That's probably why I needed to become from. So what happened was I found out that it was totally avodah zorah, stopped it. And then later on, as a therapist, I found out how potent meditation is. And I said, it helped me. I'm a year-old ADD person. I still have a struggle. I still have to contain myself. Tiferet said, when do you want to speak? I said, 10 o'clock or later. You know, a couple of my clients said, I'd love to hear you, but that's past my bedtime already. You know, like, I get it. I get it. Most people don't keep up with me. My husband's been asleep for at least 2 hours now. I get it. I get it. But I have to contain myself. And that meditation helped my mind, obviously not my neshama, because I was doing something that is antithetical to our Torah, but I didn't know better. When I found out, I stopped immediately. But then as a therapist, finding out about meditation, I said, of course, this needs to be integrated. And then I started learning about what the Rebbe had spoken about in 1979 and earlier. He had first approached Dr. Twersky, Avram Twersky, Olav Shalom, in the 60s. And then he approached Dr. Landis in Palo Alto. And everybody kind of hemmed and hawed. And then doctors and neurologists and psychiatrists and psychologists, therapists, and people had excuses. Oh, people get more into avodah zorah if we get into this. Or, oh, this is a bittul zman. Or the Rebbe was so evidently frustrated, he gave a public sicha and basically said, you might say this and you might say this, and it's not true. And meditation certainly preceded the other religions, because Judaism is before all of those Eastern religions, Lahavdil, Buddhism, and Hinduism. Transcendental meditation is from Hinduism, which is a polytheistic religion. Avram Avinu was way, 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 way before all of that. Yaakov Avinu was way, way, way before that. And the Rebbe says the Avos would go and meditate in the fields to get away from, Rabbi Weinberg translates it, the hullabaloo of the cities. All of the excitement, the tumult of what's going on. So as a therapist, I came up with what the Rebbe requested. The Rebbe requested a therapeutic meditation that's similar to TM, that's devoid of any avodah zorah elements. So this is what I came up with. So this is the first one. I've got many of them. On my website, I've got 3 albums, and I've got another album that I've been sitting on that we've done with the engineer already. Just haven't had a chance to review it and put it up. And I'm hoping by next month to have my app, which is a totally neutral, kosher, it'll be under Hashgacha, all my recordings, my scripts are under Hashgacha of Rav Ullman from Sydney, Australia. And I'm excited to be bringing out this app because people need this stuff now, as I said, with all the crazy news and the digital distractions. So what we want to do is get off that merry-go-round of the mind, stop the ride, and get off and come back. So in the meditation that I'm going to teach you now, you're going to be directed to come back to your breathing and its sensations, the breath and the sensations. And your mind's going to wander. Don't be upset with yourself. Don't be frustrated. No judgments. You come back to the breath. Your mind's going to wander. You'll come back. And that's okay. And that's what I'm going to do with you for a few moments, just to give you a sample. And afterwards, Tiferes, remind me, I'll put together a little gift pack for your group. And either you can field it or they can send me a request and I'll send it off to everybody.
Wow,
Okay?
thank you.
You're
My
welcome.
kids-
Help me
my kids
remember,
love your
girls.
pack. Yeah, my kids love your pack. Your
Oh, your
you know,
kids
one or two
listen to the
recordings-
children's meditation?
I didn't hear that one, but no, there was one or two recordings that with just the short Noga.
So
breathing
they
exercises.
recognize my voice right here
Yeah,
while
well,
I'm
now
talking.
now I have a, but yeah, they heard you at first and they said, oh, they recognized you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So what I'm going to do is ask everybody other than I myself to please mute yourselves. It looks like everybody's muted. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Okay. So if you're willing, whether you're sitting or lying down, close your eyes and start paying attention to your breathing, noticing anything about it. You don't need to slow it down in this exercise. Just breathe at your own pace and speed. Start noticing any sensations associated with your breathing. Maybe you'll notice the air is cool as it enters. And then when you exhale, it was warmed by your body. Just notice that. You may also begin to notice as you inhale, maybe your tummy or your chest expand. And then when you exhale, they contract. Just notice. Now thoughts will come and go, and that's okay. Just bring your attention back to your breathing. And come back to your breath. Thoughts will come and go. And as I said, that's okay. Because the nature of the mind is to think thoughts. Once you're aware you're thinking extraneous thoughts, gently and non-judgmentally, return your attention back to your breathing and its sensations. And come back to your breath. Back to your breath. Thoughts can easily be dismissed as if they were clouds in the sky. Just let them go. Or a leaf floating down the stream. Let it go. And come back to your breath. Back to your breath. Now commend yourself for coming to this event and taking this time for yourself. And when I count to 3, we can open our eyes. 1, 2, 3. Back to the room. Anybody want to share anything? You're welcome to unmute yourself if you're allowed, if they permit you to. Anybody want to share anything about her experience with this? All right, maybe you're not allowed to unmute yourself. Maybe you're trying your darndest and it just ain't working.
I just opened it up so anyone can ask.
Thank you. Toby.
Hi, nice to
Hi,
see
Toby.
you, Rosita. I love the
Nice
colors
to
you're
see
wearing.
you too. Thank you.
You're welcome. I felt for quite a while, it was very unusual for me that I didn't have any thoughts. I was really just relaxing and enjoying the lack of stress.
Amazing. What a
yeah.
blessing. What a blessing.
And then something made me think of something upsetting, and I felt like I swatted it away, you know, like you kept saying,
Good.
come back.
Good. Be
come
gentle
back."
with the swatting. Gently swat, you know?
Gently swat. Okay.
You know, it's interesting. The scientist, Dr. Herbert Benson, who wrote the relaxation response, the one who developed, let's say, the scientific power of aversion, not the TM Lahavdil or the mindfulness Buddhist approach. Dr. Herbert Benson says, let it go gently, very, you know, without any kind of judgment. That's why I say gently and non-judgmentally. He says, oh, it's just a thought. Okay, it's just another thought. Because really that's what happens with thoughts. They do come and go. So the messages in that meditation are really about coming back to the present moment, coming back to now. Hannah Sharf, did you want to say something? You unmuted yourself.
Yeah, I found it to be very relaxing. And just the way you spoke in the background added just your tone of voice. It was slow and just very
Well, thank you. It's probably because
on a
it's
very even
10:40.
tone. What?
It's probably because it's 10:40 at night.
No, so it's
I-
just the even tone of how you did it just helps really keep focused. On the
Thank you.
breathing.
Thank you. Now, I want to let you all know, and either Tiferes or I will send you materials if you let her know. My website has this for free, a full 6-minute version, because at the end of the Rebbe's Sikha, he says this should be freely disseminated. I don't think he meant for free, but I took him literally, and I made this an introduction to this meditation, as well as this meditation, a 6-minute version, literally for free, because I do believe that people can develop this skill. This skill, as I said before, is the mind skill. So first we did the body, relaxing the body, slow down the body, so we don't react so abruptly physically with heart pounding and quick breathing. And now this was the mind. And what is the mind? It needs to be reeled in. Like the thoughts are like fish that grab the line and pull you out to sea, and you need to reel it in. So every time I say back to breath, you're reeling it in. And Toby, that's amazing that you were able to stay steady. The fact is, there's no judgment. Remember, I say gently and non-judgmentally bring your attention back to your breath. If you're already on your breath, that's good too. There's no such thing as something that was bad. You sat down. I'm sure you've heard the Latin expression, waity, weedy, winky. I came, I saw, I conquered. I say, I came, I sat, I paid attention. You did that, you're Yotzi. You did the meditation. Even if your mind wanders. On the contrary, when your mind wanders and you bring it back, you're strengthening that meditative muscle of the mind, which is coming back and coming back. Now, since my time is almost up for this, or it probably is up, but I'm going to squeeze in the next
You can
piece.
continue because you're starting the Farbrengen.
Okay, so I'll speak this in a kind of a Brengenish tone.
Yeah.
So the Farbrengen can
And then we
start.
can continue if anybody wants to share stories or discuss or get inspired.
Wonderful. Or ask any questions as well.
Yeah, maybe you
So-
can share the link, either maybe you can send to me or tell me what the website is, then I can.
Sure,
share it
I can
here.
put it in the chat and
Oh,
you can
good.
grab it. You
Yeah.
can grab it. You know what I'll do? I'll give the regular link right now. TorahTherapeutics.com. And what I will do is I will go to it and show you where the free recordings are. I can grab that real quickly. It'll be quicker for me to do it than for you guys. Noga Sound Solutions. It's called. Noga means no yoga, not yoga, and it means Klipas Noga. So here we go. Here's the Noga Sound Solutions page. And there are a bunch of free meditations on that page, free recordings, and the beginner's meditation is there along with it. So hello again. I'm back with you. So the last leg of the stool, the third component, we said body, mind, and neshama. So I've been to courses lately, not in person, but places like Harvard, where they talk about mind-body medicine, but it's not just mind and body. They stick in the soul. You can't help it. A person cannot get fully well and calm and present without including the soul. Because as I said earlier, the antidote for worry is bitachon. If a person's worried and then they say, oh, I trust that everything will be well, that Hashem has my back, that Hashem gave me the qualities that I need to get through this. So then what's the worry about? So the third leg of the stool, I recommend that people at least once a day, and preferably if that it's only once before bedtime, read a little bit about bitachon. And I give people and it's on my website for free download, because it's on HebrewBooks.org. In Good Hands has the whole book of 100 letters of the Rebbe about bitachon. And then I know that wonderful book, Sha'ar HaBitachon, the Chavos HaLavavos book that just came out with Chabad, that beautiful white book. Anything, even listening, there's a chat, a WhatsApp chat as well with letters of the Rebbe, Emunah and Bitachon. The idea is to start kind of enveloping your neshama with these concepts of bitachon, so the soul feels a little bit more soothed. So if you read one of these letters or you learn one of these elements before bedtime, how do we join the WhatsApp chat? Okay. All right, you guys are putting me to work here. I do have to open up my phone. Sorry, guys. There might be a little clinging and binging now. Let's find it. Emunah, I'll put that here too. Now, she may need to make a new group. I don't know how many people are in this chat now. Copy the link, send it to myself. It'll be on my desktop. And
Laura, do you want to supply your phone number also in case people are on their desktop and they may not be able to copy and paste the links? Are you hearing me?
I'm hearing you, but I'm not understanding what you're saying.
For some people, if they're on their desktop, they may not be able to copy and paste the clickable links. So do you want to give your phone number that somebody could text you and say, please add me to your WhatsApp group? Or
It's not my WhatsApp. It's not my group. It's not my group.
I'll send it in the HaShluchos group.
Here, I'm giving it to you right now. It's right here. Didn't everybody RSVP to join here? T-Ferris, you've got everybody's email, right? So that's the WhatsApp chat. It's not my chat. It's someone else's chat.
And even the link to your Torah Therapeutics website.
It's above that. It's right.
TorahTherapeutics.com.
Yes.
Okay,
And
so
the-
even if you can't copy and paste, I guess people can copy it down, or to
Well,
Ferris, you can.
Ferris, are you aware of what the problem with some people might have right now? Yes, you sent it in our WhatsApp group. Okay. Are all these women in your WhatsApp group? Yes, you'll take care of it. Yay, T. Ferris. Thank you. And via email. Okay. How about that?
I was wondering, I don't know if you're comfortable, I don't want to put you on the spot, but if you're comfortable to share your cell number where people can text you, then that could be a direct connection. And
What
then
are they
you guys-
texting me?
What's your
I'm
website?
inundated.
How do we find your meditation, or?
No, I gave you my website. I'm inundated. If you need to find me, there's a web contact on my website. I don't want to be inundated. I'm not trying to
Got it.
avoid.
Totally, I didn't want to.
I'm
impose
not
on you.
trying to avoid. I welcome supporting people, but I mentioned before, I need to
You're
set
younger.
my own boundaries, take care. I need to take my own mask, right? I need to practice what I preach. Keep hydrated.
Thank you so much.
So basically, you're welcome. The third leg of the stool is bitachon. And you really cannot be fully balanced without 3 legs. One of them is gone, the others topple. And the irony of that is it doesn't matter which leg falls. If I lack bitachon, then my thoughts go bad. And then my body starts pounding. Right? It doesn't matter which leg falls first. My thoughts go bad, then my bitachon goes, then my body, or vice versa, my body and then my bitachon. It doesn't really matter which leg of the stool falls first. We need to strengthen them all. So that first system is calming down in the body, mind, and soul. And the recommendation is to do that bitachon before bedtime, to have this calm balm, a soothing thoughts for your neshama about trusting Hashem. So that's my spiel about, let's say, a mini spiel about self-care. We could go for many, many hours. And I have a lot of resources on my website that are free. Yes. Oh, Toby, thank you. Yes. Torah is spelled without an H in my web's name. Torah Therapeutics, my professional name, is Torather. And you know what? All those H's looked funny, so that's why I spell it like that. Thank you, Toby. So is there anybody who has a comment or question or anything about any of the things that I said? Otherwise, we'll get on with, yeah, Toby, unmute yourself. Did you have something, Toby? Yeah, so
You can unmute yourself.
I don't have the capacity to unmute people. Toby's trying to unmute herself. Can someone give?
Yeah, I'll
little-
make you co-host and I'll unmute her.
Okay. Okay, there we go. What were you going to ask, Toby?
Right, okay. You were teaching us how to bring our mind back to a place of calm when thoughts intrude. So I was just wondering if you have an Eitzah when negative thoughts really take hold. Is there some methodology to extricate yourself when your those negative
okay.
thoughts have really, I don't know
Take-
why
Taken
Oh,
over, when they've taken over. So first of all, this technique and any exercise should be done not necessarily in the moment. You wouldn't do this to get rid of negative thoughts. You would do this like a person would be practicing scales in the practice room. Da, 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 da. And when somebody comes into the practice room and says, "What are you doing? That doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound like music." No. If I do this enough, I can go out and play on stage. So meditation, the breathing contest can sometimes be used in the moment, but you need to practice it before to have the skill. The same thing as if we don't study and practice bitachon regularly, in the moment, it's going to be harder to access. So what is a technique to practice this when you don't need it, so that when you do need it, you can bring yourself back? You've got the muscle that you've practiced over and over. Okay, hold on. Let's see. I got some comments here. Okay,
Thank you.
I'm now the co-host. Okay, nice to meet you all. I'm the co-host. Maybe after the event, you can check regarding the WhatsApp group if she can still make another one. Now it's full. Oh, I scared her. Okay, she's going to probably put in the one, let's see. She'll probably put in that group what the next WhatsApp chat is going to be. Okay, but Tiferet, you'll be in touch with me. You've got a lot of juggling to do after this. Stay in touch with me. I'll help you guys with whatever you need. Okay. So, Toby, the idea here is to practice it when you don't need it, so you have more access in the moment. Negative thoughts require real, let's say, effort to push them away, according to the Alter Rebbe's suggestion in chapter Yud Beis, chapter 12 of Tanya. He says, once you notice, you acknowledge that you had this disturbing thought, he says you push it away with both hands, and then you switch it out. You change the subject. I'm in a very interesting Tanya class with Tali Lowenthal and Rabbi Shmuel Lew in England. It's for therapists, psychologists, frum and not frum, but Jewish people. And a couple times ago, Rabbi Lew was there, and he shared a really fascinating story. And he said, "You're permitted to share this story in my name." Because he said people would think it's embarrassing and that it's Lashon Hara, but no, I'm telling you to share it in my name. So what was the story? He said, when I was young, I came to the Rebbe and I said that I had thoughts that were disturbing and I didn't know what to do with them. The Rebbe said, if you can learn Torah to distract yourself, that is a good thing to do. But if you cannot, he said, talk about politics or the weather. In other words, change the subject. These are Inyane Rishus. He's not saying you have to do something holy, holy, holy. If you can't, then it's not a good thing. You drag yourself down further and then you feel bad. Look what I did to the Torah. So the Rebbe is explaining to us that we need to utilize what I call noga, klipas noga, for the good. That's why my brand is called Noga. My recordings are called Noga Sound Solutions. And I have a brand that's registered trademark that's called Noga Wellness Solutions. That's stuff that you do that's parv. I don't even need to say a Jewish word in it, but I can tell you how it's good to breathe and how it's good to eat and how it's good to move, etc. So, Toby, that's the long and short answer to, if you keep practicing this kind of a technique where you're coming back and coming back, so when you need it, it'll be more available. Does that answer that question a little bit? Anybody else? Any other comments, questions? Okay, we could sing a song. I might be very hoarse, and you're going to have to sing to yourselves, but you got to mute your own microphones. And maybe we'll do, yes.
I wanted to ask you, you mentioned there was a sikha the Rebbe spoke in 1979 about
yes,
the,
Yud Gimel Tammuz. Yud Gimel Tammuz.
Is there a way
And
to pick that up? Was it, do you know if it was translated by like in
yes,
English?
yes, I have it, and it's probably also on my website, but I can, Tiferes, take note, okay? I'm going to give you the website that has it. It's in the book. Healthy in Body, Mind, and Spirit, Volume 3. I believe it's Chapter 9, called Meditation and Relaxation Techniques in English. Okay, Health in Body, Mind, and Spirit, Volume 3. Exactly. Very good. T. Ferris, you're a good secretary. Thank you.
Thank you so
Maybe
much.
Yeah, there's great stuff and meditations and relaxing. We'll get it all together. All right. T. Ferris, before you hang up from this call, collect all of your notes and drop them into something before they all disappear. The recording will be there, but not the chat, I don't think. Does anybody have a request of a song? Or, oh, did somebody have another question, a comment?
I wanted to mention something that came to mind when you were talking about all this, how the importance of deep breathing and center focus and the meditation. Recently we had a few parshiyos ago that when Moshe Rabbeinu came to Mitzrayim and he told the Iyhun, it's time to get out.
Oh boy, do I know what you're talking about. L'chaim, thank you.
So why didn't they listen? It said mikaitz ruach, right? They were short of breath. So I was just thinking,
literally.
It's not just spiritually, literally, because the Mitzrayim were breathing down their backs and they were being tortured. Kaitz ruach, they couldn't breathe, like physically, literally.
Yes, yes.
What I was reading recently was also like Ruchnias, they couldn't breathe because Torah's oxygen, and it was before Matan Torah. So it all goes together. Spiritually, they were stifled, and physically they couldn't. And like now, in a way, like this whole thing with Corona, with the shortness of the breath, like it almost seems like we need this new mitzvah to literally, physically learn how to breathe, because
it's interesting that you brought that Torah. That was Parshas Va'era. And a couple, I think it was 2 seasons ago, I have a T for 2. If somebody wants to join that would be okay, but I can't take a bunch of shilas and comments and requests on WhatsApp. But I have a thing, I call it T for 2. It's a Torah thought for 2 minutes, more or less. And 2 years ago, I did it exactly on that particular Rashi. Do you know what Rashi says? Hold on, my Zoom is okay. My Zoom. See, remember I talked about self-care? My computer goes off at 11. I had to quickly fetch myself to get back in. I do put some standards for myself, but tonight is special. It's a Verbringen, a Jewish ladies together. This is the best thing.
Yes.
So
I have
anyway.
a question also. Somebody
Yes,
asked
please.
for the Hebrew, what was it? The Hebrew phrase in place of a mantra.
A Hebrew phrase in place of a mantra? Okay, well, that's a totally different. Oh, you'd love to my T for 2. So you know what? T Ferris, help me collect. If you know these girls' numbers, help me, whatever, and we'll put them in.
Okay, they can send me a WhatsApp message. I'll put my number.
Thank you. So basically, the Rebbe in that talk, Yud Gimel Tammuz 5739, was explicit that a therapeutic meditation be of Inyane Rishus. That's why it's called Noga Sound Solutions. It's Parav. It's on the breath. It's on body sensations. It's on images, but it's not on Jewish thoughts. Now, there's nothing wrong with that, but that's called a Jewish meditation. So we don't use the word mantra because it's a Sanskrit word. So we wouldn't say, what would be a Jewish mantra, lahavdil? It's like saying kosher yoga, which is a problem because the word yoga means a yoke. And if you don't know what Sanskrit language is, that's the holy language of Hinduism. So you shouldn't use the words if you don't know what you're saying. It's a problem. We accidentally utilize some of that language. So instead of a mantra, so you could use a Jewish phrase. However, that's not considered a meditation to necessarily settle the mind. This is a Jewish meditation. This is for you to come closer to Hashem. the Rebbe was very explicit. And one of the reasons my rabbi explained, Rabbi Greenberg here in Buffalo, is you don't use the Torah as like a hammer to bang something with. It's not a tool to get a refuah shalema. Yes, Torah is Hashem tamima mashivas nafesh. Yes, if you learn Torah, it revives the soul. But that's not why you learn it. You learn it because it's God's Torah. So if you want a Jewish focal point, so you could say Hashem, you could say Chesed, you could say whatever word, you could say Echad, but it's not the exact same purpose of these meditations. This meditation that I taught you and the ones that are on my Noga sound solutions are to settle the mind, to train it to come back to focus. You might say, yes, but I'm focusing on Echad. That's fine, but hopefully you're thinking about Hashem as Echad. Hashem is one, and you're doing a spiritual thing. When people ask me to do a meditation for a Shabbaton, it's a totally different thing. They might say, before candle lighting, could you do a meditation? So then I'll do a Jewish meditation. It's not for therapeutic purposes. It's to connect with the Iyhun of candle lighting. It's to connect with Hashem. Do you get it? There's a very important understanding that the Rebbe is explicit about in that sikha. It's a fascinating sikha. And from that, I get a lot of the things that help me help people who get involved with, let's say, they have a health event, but they don't know, can they use this professional? Is what she does Avodah Zorah. And through my conversations with Rav Ullman and Rabbi Greenberg and other Rabbanim, and having read many books, we've come to an understanding that that sikha can actually teach you the basic understanding of what to do and what not to do. Obviously, you need a Rav and you need someone to speak to, but the basics are there. And the most important basic that the Rebbe says, extricate anything from those other types of meditation that has nothing to do with the healing part. So the word echad doesn't mean that it's healing. Yes, God is one. So he's thinking in terms of a healing type meditation. Does that answer the question of the texter who chatted here? There's a lot in the chat. Okay, let's see. Okay. Esther K, you love my tea for two? Who's Esther K? Kushnirsky? Is that who it is? Yes, okay.
Yeah, it's me.
Hello, Esther K.
Hi.
Как поживаешь?
Baruch Hashem.
Wonderful. I'm so glad you're here. So, I was thinking we should sing something. Does anybody have a request, a nigun?
I ask you, Ristovora, when you sing, do you also do the deep breathing? Or is that a different story?
While I'm singing, do I do the deep breathing?
When people take voice lessons, don't they learn how to breathe?
Okay. So there are different schools of thought as to how you breathe for singing. Now that I've learned that Buteyko style, I try to inhale as much as I can through my nose. Now there are singing methods where they tell you to breathe in through your mouth and take a big gulp. Now that I've learned about controlled breathing and relaxation breathing and breathing for health, I don't hold by that. But it's really hard to do a controlled breathing other than trying to get as much in through that nasal inhale so that you can sing a long phrase. And what's fascinating—
Before you sing, then, as a preparation to singing. Is that what you're saying?
You could do that. We haven't had a chance because, if we're going to sing now, I didn't have a chance to practice anything and I'm already hoarse. But the point is that if you breathe in enough through your nose, you can sing a longer phrase. You know how people take a gulp in the middle of a phrase? And if you practice singing a long phrase, guess what you're doing? The breathing contest. You're basically doing the breathing contest that we talked about. You're inhaling as much as you need, and then you're exhaling as long as you need to. Tips for post-COVID breathing. Oh, the breathing contest will help you, girls. Yeah. Post-COVID and humming and using moisture, hot heat, hot moisture. Let's say sipping a tea and covering your mouth a little bit and letting the warmth of the tea and the vapor come through your nose. I use all sorts of funky stuff. I didn't know we would get into too much stuff because I think I've spent my time already. No, aren't we supposed to verbrang? Aren't people supposed to be
This is for
sharing?
bragging. This
This
for
is for
bragging.
bragging. Okay.
Rachmius.
Okay, I accept. I accept. So, shall we try to sing something or not? Because we can't sing together. You're stuck with me and my hoarse voice.
Would love to
Shall we?
hear you. Take it away.
Okay, so maybe let's do a Hine Matov, a Chabad one. Hine Matov u'manoim sheves achim gam yachad. Hine Matov u'manoim sheves achim gam yachad. Yadadadai, yadadadam. Ay, 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 yadadai, dai. Ay, ay, la, 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 ay, la, 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 la. Ay, la, 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 ay. La 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 Hine matov u'manoim sheves achim gam yachad. Hine matov u'manoim sheves achim gam yachad. Yadadadai, yadadadam. Ay, la 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 la. Ay, la 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 la. Ay, la 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 la. Ay, la 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 la. La 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 la. Ay, la 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. And you know, the words, I once asked a rabbi, Hine Matov, you know, it's Tillim. And we know there's nothing extraneous in the Tanakh. Every word, every dot, every tag is meant to be there. And I once asked a rabbi, what is that word gam doing in the middle of the phrase? Hine Matov u'manoim, how good and pleasant, right? How good and how pleasant. Sheves achim, that brethren should dwell, or cisterns should dwell. Gam yachad, also together. So what does gam mean here? Anybody have a taich? Unmute yourself if you've got a taich. Why would Hashem put that extra word there, gam? Anybody? Any unmuters? This rabbi said, it's one thing if you're all sitting together physically, but it's another thing if you're gam, if you're also yachad in your hearts, in your spirits, in your feelings, in your thoughts. So I think when HaShluchos come together for anything, and Jewish women come together for anything, it's never just we're all sitting together. Certainly we're not sitting together in the same room, that's for sure. So physically we are not together, but metaphysically we are totally together, and spiritually we are united. And in time, we are synchronous. And so Hine Matov is a very, very relevant, even during COVID. We know that we've got people around the world who are our sisters, and they're experiencing the same things or similar things to what we're experiencing. So Hine Matov, welcome. So are you leading the Kinnus, Tiferes? Are you the leading activity? Are you the first one? Yichapen and Ryan?
Well, there's a few other ladies that are taking part.
Uh-huh.
Hani Sharp and Esther Kushnersky helped a lot.
How nice.
Mursavora, tell us when you're tired.
Tell us when I'm
want you
tired.
Yeah,
You're asking an ADD person when she's going to be tired? I have
starting. Her night is just starting.
Yeah, Tiferes has given her heart and soul. Yes, I believe that. Tiferes is something special. God bless you. Tiferes, Tiferes, are you here? Or are you in the Philippines? Where are you?
I'm in the Philippines.
Oh my gosh, you did everything from a distance. What the heck time is it over there? Is it
It's
3?
noon.
I was going to say, is it 2 in the afternoon?
Yeah, it's 12:15.
Okay. All right, wish me luck. I'm pouring water into a small opening here. But I've got a gallon bottle, and it's bad enough that I'm drinking out of a little bottle, but you don't want to see me slugging out of
You
a
can see the
gallon
Philippines
bottle.
now. This is morning, noon.
Oh my. All right. All right. Wow, it's almost 12 hours, right? Wow.
It's
11
13
hours.
now from
13
New York.
hours. Wow. Okay. L'chaim, girls, don't worry, it's spring water.
Fine.
Any comments, question? Anybody have a story she wants to share? Gosh, I wish people would show me their faces. That's kind of
shy. You're shluchos. You can't be shy.
Yeah. Thank you to Toby and the occasional Tiferes and the intermittent Cyril and Sarah and the Hayek popped in a little bit there. Thank you for showing your faces. Anyway,
Women
anybody
don't like
want to share something, a story or a comment? Thank you, Chaya. Welcome back. And Esther K, where did Esther K go? How come she's not visible? She's probably got to put someone to sleep or something. Somebody woke up.
Maybe they're
So-
eating their
One
maybe
thing
someone's in
that
their
I've been thinking,
egg. He said,
Was it-
"Machama."
Who just was speaking? Was that Chaya Rivka Chana Monas?
hi, yes, so I'm in Israel.
Oh,
Shalom, everyone
welcome.
around the world. What I've been thinking about while I've been listening is something that I've been learning through a Zoom shiur through Breslev. We've been talking about the Sheva Nerot Hapanim, the 7 candles of the face, and purifying those. And really, there's such a small amount of information about the nose, right? We talk about the nose and purifying it against anger. But what I've been thinking as we've been going through this is purifying the nose through our breath and connecting that to the other candles or other nerot of the face. And this has been very profound for me. So thank you very, very much.
Beautiful. Thank you for sharing. Where do you live, Chaya?
I'm in a brand new city in Israel called Harish, which is south of Haifa and north of Netanya.
Interesting. Harish. They do a lot of plowing there? Just joking. Nice
Well,
to
they
meet you.
certainly did recently because it's a brand
To
new
get-
city.
to get
so
the
they
city
plowed
ready.
everything.
They plowed it out. Well, nice to meet you. So that sounds like a fascinating Torah. I've never studied it, but it's obviously all of the orifices, the eyes, the ears, the mouth, the nose, etc. And the nose, clarifying our breathing, is probably one of the most beneficial things we can do for our body. And just the nasal breathing, because Hashem put so much science into the nose, it's the only vehicle that we should be breathing in. Why? You've got these little fine cilia hairs. It takes particles. It gets rid of dust. When we have the mucus, it doesn't just immediately go through the mouth. We breathe it in and then we breathe it through our lungs. It goes so that we can blow it out or spit it out or expel it in some other way or even swallow it, but instead of breathing it in. And these masks, somebody asked about breathing with COVID. You know what? I don't know where you live, but whenever I have to go into a building that's a public building, I have to wear a mask. And the masks are really not optimal for breathing. And so what you need to do is kind of like the first technique I taught you, the basic breathing for beginners. Breathe in through your nose and out through a very small mouth hole, so that you're not expelling a lot of CO2, expelling a lot of moisture, because then you're breathing that stuff back in. I feel horrible for children in schools. Really. It's something that's it's really not so healthy. And if children can be taught to breathe gently and minimize their breathing and not to breathe a lot out through their mouth so that there's not too much moisture in that mask, that would be something to practice.
It's something so important that the schools should be teaching our children how to breathe properly in spite
You're
of.
right. You're absolutely right.
As parents, I guess as mommies, we can, or bubbies, we should also take the time to teach our children how to breathe, especially in this challenge of these.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, I try to do my own education of the people who are closest to me, but I feel really disappointed in the powers that be, that they haven't told us about just healthy living in these crazy times, de-stressing, getting out in the air, even if it's cold air, getting out in the sun, even if it's cool out, being with people. We're being discouraged from all of the things that could be good for us, eating healthy foods. I'm not trying to get political. I'm just trying to say,
Back to the basics, the basics.
The basics.
What our grandparents did.
Exactly. Somehow they managed. They got through Anatevka. They came through Anatevka. D.L. Reichman puts a little heart. She popped up with a little image of a heart. Thank you. I would imagine DL means Devorah Leah. Thank you. So any more meanderings? Thank you, Chaya, for sharing. Any other comments or questions? Cyril, you're here. Come on, lady. You got Torah coming up in your head like a flowing fountain. Share, please. Ask, speak, share, teach. You have something for us? You got to unmute yourself. How do we get? There you go.
I loved what you were saying about mind, body, soul. Loved it. It's so true. Right. And I think it's so Mashiach, because what's the idea of Mashiach? Mashiach is like we all sort of know, Dir B'Sachtainim. So what does that mean? It means that the physical and the spiritual are completely one. I mean, this week's Torah portion, we don't have to have Hasidus flowing out of our, pores to know that, right? What's this week's Torah portion? Yisro, Matan Torah. What was Matan Torah? Shattering the separation, Syrians and Romans could mingle. shattering the barriers between the physical and the spiritual. So what you're saying is we've arrived. What you said, take Avodah Zarah, but like tweak it and make it, Avodas Hashem. That's it. We're here. Dara Shvi, and this is what this is all about. It was very interesting because Tiferes has devoted herself beyond the word devoted to this Kinnus, and she's gotten many, many amazing, strong, clear answers from the Rebbe about every step of the way. And I know one of them was that the Kinnus shouldn't just be for shluchos, it should be for all women, like you were saying. Rebbe, did you really mean I'm supposed to give my services for free? Is that what freely does? Spread the word means, like for free? So
Get it around, get it out there.
yeah, the Rebbe said this.
You have it now?
For shluchos. It's not an exclusivity because every
Yeah,
one of
you
are
sure?
shluchos.
Are
Every
you
one
sure?
of you are doing my work, bringing the Mashiach. The Rebbe says in two different places that when Mashiach comes, once he says Hashem's and once he credits Mashiach, so we can say both. Hashem and Mashiach are going to walk to every single Jew, every man, woman, and child, and say to them, thank you for everything you did to bring Mashiach. And when we think that, it's like, what did I do already? And we could think, I know what I should have done. And the Rebbe puts in parentheses, even though he knows you could have done more. So this fusion of body and soul and just saying, Hashem, you're here. The godliness has penetrated the physical. We're doing his hapcha. We're taking Avodah Zarah and making it a tool for shluchos to center themselves and bring more and more people close to Hashem. It's beautiful.
Thank you. Thanks for sharing. This holistic approach that you said is Mashiachtic, all of a sudden, the words, I think it's Navi. Cyril, you'll tell me who it is. Ruach HaPecha, Mashiach Hashem, the spirit of your nose. Chaya Rivka Chana Monas. Did you hear that? Mashiach is called Ruach HaPecha. He's called the breath of your nose. Isn't that interesting?
Actually,
Right?
it said that one of the things that Mashiach asks for literally is life, because he's gasping for air. It's the air of Mashiach, the ruach of Mashiach, that Hashem has to breathe life into him. And that's the one thing Mashiach asks when Hashem says, ask of me whatever you want. He says, Chayim shal mincha. What do I want? I just want life. We need literally to breathe and focus on staying alive physically and well and healthy. And that's how we're going to greet Mashiach. We have to be gesundheit and feiligerheit.
Amen, amen, amen. But that's
Not in my name, but what you're Rivka, what you're saying, Bela Grinker, for those of you that know Bela, we were having a Febrenyan in our shul, like maybe, it was Rosh Chodesh Kislev, right? That's why we spoke about this. And Bela said, maybe it's not innovative to Bela, but I'm quoting her name, so she was one that said the Febrenyan. She said, all these things that have been happening lately are all about a lack of air. With COVID, with Meron, with Stolen, with Surfside, it was all a lack of air. And like, what does that mean spiritually? And then my take on it, that was her. And mine was, well, what's our air? Is our chayas, is our life. And this is Rosh Chodesh Kislev. Our life is Rebbe. If I'm breathing in life, I'm breathing in Rebbe. And that's the air. But going back to what you're saying, this is something to do with the times we're living in.
And as, gosh, who mentioned it about the Torah portion, the Va'era? Who mentioned it?
Like the ruach.
Yeah. Oh, yes, it was you. So Rashi himself says something that's a 21st century neuroscience concept. On that verse, Rashi says, it said exactly what you said, that here, Moshe Rabbeinu is giving us good news. I'm going to take you out. Hashem's going to free you. You're going to go to the promised land. And we're like, la, 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 la. V'lo shamu. They didn't even listen. How could we not listen? Mikotza ruach u'mi'avoda kasha. We had such shortness of breath, really, they say, of impatience, right? The English translation is not literal, but Rashi translates it literally and said they had short breaths. They could not take a long, sustained breath. Why do we not listen to people? Because we're kotzeruach. We're in hyperventilation mode. We're not thinking. We cannot think when we're hyper. That's why I told you about the 3 legs of the stool. Bring yourself down, calm your body, calm your mind, cool your neshama, soothe it, trust that Hashem has your back, get yourself down. Then you're not with kotzer ruach. You're not freaking out and you can't think. We have no brain, literally, when we get activated. And then we don't have what's called moach shalit al halev. This is one of the highest, most ultimate avodas of a Chabadnik.
I would think that this would be more emphasized maybe in the chinuch world, in our
You might think it would be, but it ain't. You might think it would be.
It has to go hand in hand.
I've offered a bunch of places like I don't use the word mindfulness in my work because that's really a translation of a Buddhist Pali is their Lahavdil language, their holy language. But I call it, we had a thing that we worked on that was called Meaningful Me, to have a little curriculum for children to learn how to self-regulate, to calm themselves down, to, take care of themselves when they get upset by a bully or by somebody taking a toy that they wanted, how they can soothe themselves. And I don't know, you'd think that there would be a million people wanting such a thing, but
You have to market it. We can call it a meaningful Mashiach moment. Mashiach moment, but that's part of being ready to greet Mashiach. You have to be healthy.
You know what? I'm going to share a Torah with you. As you saw, and Toby let everybody know that there's no H in my brand name, Torah Therapeutics, in the word Torah, TORATH. There's an H there, ERAPEUTICS.com. And the reason why I chose that name is I kept seeing, after I became a therapist, I kept seeing the Torah everywhere that good therapy exists. Freud, I didn't see a lot of Torah in Freud. I'm not really ich halt nicht bei ihm. But there were such fascinating things, like this concept in Va'era about v'lo shamu. This is about the amygdala that gets activated. And so now the frontal part of the brain is gone fishing. So what I'd like to share is a Torah that I think is fascinating. It's attributed to the Arizal, so it goes even further back than Hasidus, and apparently was expanded on and expounded on by the Maharal of Prague. And it goes like this. I'd have to find the source. Cyril, if you know the source, let me know. So it goes like this. You take the word melech, and if you were to spell the word melech up and down, mem, lamed, chaf, it would be as if you were showing the stature of a king just through the letters. Mem is for moach, lamed is for lave, and chaf or kaf is for kaved, which means liver. So the melech, when he's in melech mode, and he's regal, and he's reigning, or she, the queen, is reigning, her intellect is over her emotions, which are in charge of her kishkas. But when we get frazzled and we get emotional, so what happens? we descend into the next mode. So now the mem gets permuted and stuck down a level, and the lamed comes up top. And now the person becomes a lemech. A lemech is a fool. We do foolish things in that mode. We say things that we shouldn't have said. We got to apologize. We got to clean up. Oy vey, I forgot. Oy, I didn't mean to. And we do foolish things. The worst permutation of the word melech is when we take the kaf, the body, the passions, the taivas, the freaking out, and the body's shaking, and the person's banging his hand through a wall because he's so involved with his body. That mode is kelem. The word kelem means debasement, disgrace, devastation. We say it in our benching. Velo nikalem leolam va'ed. We will never be disgraced again. So when the body takes over, the taivas, the passions, we get too activated and we're breathing too fast and our heart is pounding, or we're angry and we bang a wall, we break through the, I saw a person do it, break, drywall with his fist, slam a door, and everything fell off a wall. When the body gets too activated, it's not good. Yeah, you like that melech word? Yeah, it's pretty cool. Thanks, Sarah. If I could see your face, I would like to thank you in person, but people are shy. I get it. I'm in a tichel. So I would put a tichel on just to see you girls. I would even go and put on a tichel if I could see more people. I'd go on Mesiras Nefesh in public. This is just between us girls. Anyway, you get the idea here that we descend as we lose our seichel. And this is exactly what happens when the amygdala gets activated, the fight or flight mechanism gets activated. We lose it. The nicest people in the world. I've got the sweetest ladies in my practice. When they tell me what they told their children or their husband, I'm not shocked, but it's surprising. They seem like such mild-mannered women, but they scare the heck out of their family members sometimes. And we do that. We don't mean to. Okay, Toby, hold on. Chaim Potak included this in his book, The Chosen, the Melech mode, Melech, Lemech, and Kelem. Really? Okay, there is one redeeming factor about that. Thank you for sharing that. Oh, okay, but that's not the makor. Cyril, you owe me the makor. Help me find it. I think it's the Arizal and expound.
I don't know the Makor, but it's a beautiful Bart. I've shared many times myself with us, and it was beautiful hearing you say it. Since you asked me, I want to chime in on what you said to Rivka about children. I'm sharing a little vignette about my son, who's 8 and Down syndrome, and because I just think it just shows what you're saying. So, of course, he knows breathing, and that's one of the most basic things we do to lessen frustration. And once another one of his siblings was having a meltdown, and he went over, and he's not very verbal, so he's like shows with his face, like, why are you crying? And no response. And then he said, breathe. No response. And he starts going, wow.
How sweet.
It was just not only sweet, but it's so like, can children learn this? Absolutely. Did they get it? Absolutely.
Yes, they learn it better than we do.
Absolutely.
It's harder to teach an old, what do you say? Goat. New tricks. I don't want to use an unkosher animal. An old giraffe, new tricks. An old cow, new tricks. I don't know if it's
so receptive. They're so open. They're like sponges.
Absolutely, absolutely. They do much better than we do. I had a mom a couple weeks ago say to me, my kids love it when I meditate, and the best recliner is in the middle of the family room, and I'd rather use it than go into my room and hide out. I said, well, that's good. The kids should see you. She said, you don't believe how important it is that the kids see me. She said, one day I was all flustered and they could see that I was ready to blow on them. And one of the little ones, like a 5-year-old, said to me, "Mommy, could you go sit in the recliner and put in your earbuds?" They know when we're taking care of ourselves. And that was really, I guess it brings us to full circle. That's why I was invited to speak about the importance of taking care of yourself. So you're the best shlucha. You could be a better wife and mommy and shlucha if you take good care of yourself. Now, Toby, I didn't miss what you texted a little while ago. I saw what you wrote in the chat. I didn't find it was yet an appropriate time. But 4 years ago, because I was, let's just say, too hyper and not meditating enough and not doing enough and being too busy with my practice and everything else, all of my jugglings, I had what I call my stroke of good fortune. God gave me a stroke on Shavuos. It's a long story. That's for another session. But it was a big blessing, and I've lost weight, and I've taken on various other health things, and it's been a very wonderful opportunity. But the fact is, this is what Toby asked me about in the chat. When I was in the hospital, you guys don't go to a hospital to get healthy. You go there if you want to look at a lab experiment, but they're noisy. You can't really sleep. The one thing that you need in a hospital is good rest, and you can't get it. I was in the neuro ICU, and there was so much noise at all hours of the day and night, you couldn't get a good, shut eye in. So during that time, there's a guy next door, a therapist screaming at 3 a.m, "Harold, open your mouth!" And then I learned from the nurses right in front of my room in the hall there, I learned a linguine recipe. It's like the ringing and the dinging and the alarms going off. So what did I do? I said, well, I know that there's a rule of thumb. There are a lot of people who, if they can't fall asleep, they get up, they go get a drink, they go get a snack, they go turn on lights, they go read, they go watch something. Not a great idea. Well, I couldn't go. I was tied up, literally. I had all sorts of things attached to me. But the fact is you should just try to relax. See if you can distract your mind. The more you do the meditation during the day, the easier it will be to distract your mind. So I did various techniques to keep myself relaxed and engaged without being frustrated at the linguine recipe and the loud nurses and the alarms and the therapists. So one of the things I did is I hummed. Humming is another one of those ways that you're exhaling longer. So you breathe in through your nose and you're humming out your nose. The nose is a great vehicle for breathing. And the more you hum, you actually create nitric oxide, which actually widens the endothelial cells, which is good for your heart and good for your blood pressure and everything. And so it was a calming thing. So I would hum, I sang songs to myself, I did visualizations, I went through my childhood camp experience, I went through the whole camp. It was a really big camp, back and forth, and did a bunch of exercises and activities there. But it's really important to have these skills in your back pocket. Sometimes a person doesn't feel well. I mean, like I said earlier on, there was a meme that said, if you don't have anybody who's sick in December and January, if you don't have any friends who are sick in December and January, you don't have any friends. Somebody is sick in our realm. There is somebody in our realm who's not well right now. And so when we're not feeling well, everything gets drained. It's hard to deal with family. It's hard to deal with friends. It's hard to deal with work. It's hard to deal with house responsibilities. And so if you've got anything in your back pocket to come to soothe yourself, There's a set of techniques that I recently got involved in. BC, before COVID, BC was a really long time ago. So before COVID, I went to Toronto to take a course in, it's called the Havening Techniques. Hello, Chabad of Japan. That's pretty cool. Gosh, what time is it there, Chabad of Japan?
Hi, we're now in the middle of the day, 12 noon.
Hello, what's your name?
Efrat Edery.
Hi, Efrat. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you, Rosdevora. I remember when I was very young, happy to see you always around 770, and it's a schus for me.
Thank you. Thank you, Efrat. Thank you. Those were the days. We need the Rebbe back. We need to go to 770 again.
Exactly.
I always say, people laugh, but I say, wouldn't it be just fair that since we've been with the Rebbe all this time, that he give at least one sicha to us in 770 before we go to Yerushalayim? No?
You're gonna get a full bring-in, a full-fledged bring with a
Okay, I'm not trying to be, I'm not greedy.
But no, but I totally understand. It's true. It's so true.
Like,
but you know what? What I feel often. I'm sorry I interrupted right in the middle.
No, you're not interrupting. It's a Fabren.
But it's funny because I really wanted to hear you, and I tuned in and when you were doing the breathing exercises, and my daughter said, Ima, what is the Rebbitzin teaching you? I said she's teaching us how to breathe, how to relax and be calm. And and then I had to disconnect because we had a guest, that actually an Arab man who's in charge of halal in Japan, and he really wants to. I'm telling you. And he says, I always felt that the Jews and the Muslims are connected. And I said, only in the Rebbe's house, only Melech HaMashiach could make this connection. That
Unbelievable.
The halal organization in Japan should come and meet the rabbi in Japan.
Yeah, I know that they're allowed to eat kosher if they can't get halal. They're allowed.
So now I'm happy to be back.
While you're telling cute stories, I call it a miracle story, but any little miracle story to me, I want to open my eyes like the Rebbe asked us. I want to see miracles all the time. I asked, the Rebbe says he will pass through 770 on the way to Eretz. So that sounds good. Don't just pass through, Rebbe. Give us a ganz sicha for bringing a mimer epis. We've been waiting. So during COVID, it's a rare opportunity to travel. And about a month ago, my sister invited me to come down. She's got some timeshare down in Florida, and she's got kids down there. So she invited me to come and meet her there. And everything went really well. On the way back, I'm in a cab from the airport in Buffalo. It wasn't even an Uber. And I paid the guy, took out the credit card, and unbeknownst to me, the little satchel, that was the only little thing that I was carrying with me because I didn't want to carry my purse and everything out. I had a little satchel with some cash, a credit card, and my ID to get on and off the plane. That's all. Anyway, unbeknownst to me, it fell. It fell in the car, but I didn't know where it fell. I went inside, got my luggage. It was snow. It was just a hassle getting it in. I got everything in. And then a little while later, I said, let me put my license back in my wallet. So I go to find my license. It ain't there. I said, uh-oh, that little satchel. I've got the credit card because I took the credit card and quickly stuck it in my pocket because I didn't want to be fumbling. But evidently I fumbled. I dropped the thing. Now, the guy sounded not Persian. He didn't sound Persian, but he sounded Middle Eastern, Arabic kind of, right? But he was a nice guy, and we had a pleasant conversation. I gave him a tip and everything. And then I'm like, uh-oh, well, thank God it was the airport taxi. I called the airport taxi company. They said nobody came in with anything. I said, okay, I went at this hour, such and such, such and such. The guy called me back, but he really did not do his research. He said, nobody came back with anything. I said, okay. I said, I can get another license. It was just a little cash. It's not the end of the world, but it was something a little disturbing. So I said, okay, God, I did my hishtadlus. I called the airport taxi company. Thank you. I'm home. I'm safe. The plane was fine. I'm healthy. I got into my house. My husband and I have dinner. We come downstairs. We're hanging out together. And the doorbell rings. Are you expecting anybody? No. Are you? No. My husband goes up to the door. He says, it's your cab driver. He's at the door. Really? I thought they said that he didn't have anything. I even went outside into the snow to see if I dropped it in the snow. Anyway, comes to the door and he basically says, Shalom Aleichem. And then he says, Salam Aleikum. He said, I saw your mezuzah.
Wow.
He said, did you leave something in my car? So this is how honest he was. I said, yes, as a matter of fact. What was it? I said, it was a small black satchel with just money and an ID. He said, just a minute. He goes back to his car. He says, is this it? I said, yes. He said, make sure everything is in it. He could have taken whatever he wanted. There wasn't much in there anyway, but I wouldn't have cared. I unzipped it, everything exactly the way it was. I said, it's fine. He said, you make sure. I said, it's fine. Thank you so much. I can't believe you did it. He said, I went to Niagara Falls. I had a fair in Niagara Falls, and she found it on the floor.
Wow.
From the airport. He went back to the airport, took a Niagara Falls fare that's like 40 minutes from the airport, came back to my house, went out of his way, because he should have stayed on the thruway, the highway, and gone right back to the airport. That's his route. You take someone, you go back to the airport. He came to me and delivered that thing. And I said, that was so thoughtful of you. And I said, where are you from? He says, Iraq. He said, we're religious Muslims, and my mother's best friend was her next door neighbor, Jewish lady.
Wow.
So it's kind of like Efrat, it's kind of like your story there.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
And to me, it's an absolute miracle. I didn't care about it. I let go. I let God. I said, okay, God, I'm not meant to have that thing. I'll get another license.
That's right.
It was only like $80. I was really careful not to bring too much in that satchel. I had cash. I didn't want to fumble with a lot of stuff. So it was, you know what? One of the last requests that the Rebbe gave us is something that we all need to do. It's also part of self-care. And speaking of which, I do need to get to bed because it's going to take me a while because I still have to put out my tea for 2. I try to get it out by Thursday morning. So I'm going to just finish with this thought that opening your eyes and looking for the miracles and seeing Hashem in your life is probably the biggest self-care that you can do, because it keeps you connected. It keeps you encouraged. It's Hashem patting you on the back. It's the bitachon that we all need. It's the third leg of the stool. We need to know that with all of the mishigas that's going on in the world, that there's a purpose and that God wants what is happening now to come to fruition, that Mashiach is coming. I call this crazy era PMS, pre-Mashiach syndrome, right? The world is PMSing, totally.
Too long. Even PMS is 7 days. This is too long.
Maybe 1,000 years in your sight, Hashem, our but is yesterday when it is past. So, Mashiach should reveal himself. Yeah, we should have had 2 weeks to flatten the curve and bring Mashiach. That's what we need is 2 weeks to flatten.
It is happening. Like you said, if we open our eyes, we could see Mashiach happening. We could see, but Hashem, please, it should be faster. But the chesed u'berachman, I say faster, I'm always careful to add the chesed u'berachman, because as women who've gone through labor and delivery, you're probably familiar with Pitocin, what they give you sometimes if they want to rush the birth.
I know, exactly.
If the doctor wants to go play golf, he doesn't want to spend 10 hours, while you're doing your deep breathing.
Exactly, and it's a Sunday. How dare you screw up my golf day?
Or go through the night. So like they give you this Pitocin, which makes now with my first one, I had it and he said, yeah, it'll make it go really fast. I'm like, okay, great. And then I couldn't breathe. There was no breathing space, one contraction on top of the other, intense.
Yeah, it was too quick.
Don't give us Pitocin. We want it fast, but we want it pleasant, and we want it with chesed u'berachman.
Amen.
It's overtime. We've earned it. We deserve it. We insist on it. We demand as women. We have the right to unite. The Rebbetzin wants us to do this, and the Rebbe wants to reveal himself. So just, don't be stubborn. Yeah, let's have another niggin before you need a.
Are we allowed to sing Yechi Adonenu? Is that permitted in this book? Okay, let's do a little Mashiach medley.
Great.
Okay. באמונה שלמה בביאת המשיח אני מאמין באמונה שלמה go Japan בביאת המשיח אני מאמין ישמעיה עם כל זה אחכה לו בכל יום שיבוא אני מאמין אוי ויפה שישמעיה עם כל זה אחכה לו בכל יום שיבוא אני מאמין la 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 la. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. I'm Yisrael and Mashiach will be here this year. I'm Yisrael and Mashiach will be here this year. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. We want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. Not more side, do we have to wait? We want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. Not more side, do we have to wait? We want Mashiach now, we don't want to wait. Hey, la 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 da da ma la 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 da ma la 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 la. Hey, your dog looks right. Your dog looks right. Yippee, hamala. Your dog looks right. Yippee, hamala. Your dog looks right. Yippee, hamala. La 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 la. Shayim on the base of Mikdash. Hey, on the Ameno. Shayim on the base of Mikdash. Hey, on the Ameno. La your dog looks right. Yippee, hamala. 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 La 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 la. La 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 la. Deep down north side. La 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 la. Deep down north side. La 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 la. Hey, la 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 la. La 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 la. Deep down north side. La 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 la. Deep Melech HaMashiach, so schön sein Gila, so schön dein Yeshua, so schön dein Gila, Mashiach, so schön kommen, so schön dein Gila, so schön dein Yeshua, so schön dein Gila, Mashiach, so schön kommen. Thanks, ladies. Thank you so much for organizing Tiferes L'chaim, ladies.
Wow.
Hi, everybody. Thank you
Hi,
so
Miss
much,
Raquel.
Laura.
And Yishakoriach to the organizers.
And the simcha that you brought to us through your music and your cheerfulness.
Thank you. What an honor. It's my honor. It's my pleasure.
Gift for us. Thank you so much. And thank you
Really
so
my
much.
pleasure. I see.
Thank you so much. Your
India?
simcha
Is that somebody from India just came on? Does it say Ruchala?
Yes, Rachala Pravli Kupchik from Pune.
Oh, hi. Welcome. Oh, so maybe we need to do one more minute. I think she just popped in. Are you joining us? Rachala, say something, please. Oh, we've got a Riva also. Where's Riva coming in from? Where are you coming in from, Riva? Okay, you removed your mic, but you don't talk.
Hi. Do a roll call like Rabbi Kotlarski. We need a roll call.
Yeah, wouldn't that be fun? Okay, well,
Yeah, we're gonna have
unmute
it by the
yourself and
banquet
say what
tomorrow.
city you're from.
Stavora, tomorrow we have another event, so there's gonna be their roll call.
Okay, Hatzlacha Rabbah. God bless you.
Before I sign off, I just want to make a little announcement, if that's okay. And we're going to continue all this celebrating and singing, dancing, and breathing. We have to remind
Lots
each
of
other,
breathing.
we can do this. We can do it. We've gone
Hi,
through
Rachala
childbirth.
from India. Welcome, Rachala from India. Hi, thank you for joining.
Hi, thank you for joining. I'm going to be signing off, so I just wanted to make an announcement. I mentioned it before, but I'll just give you drop more details. The Ezras Hashem, it's either going to be Monday or Tuesday. We're going to have a delegation reading the Declaration of Kabbalas HaMalchus in 770. We're representing Neshei Ubenos Chabad, Neshei B'nai Yisrael from all around the world.
Beautiful.
We actually made a gyro, a raffle, for a free ticket for somebody to represent all of us, to be part of this delegation. So if you'd like details about it, we want to really, it's kind of like a march on 770. We're kind of marching and showing Hashem, we are here, we are ready, and we're not taking no. So in the chat, someone just posted the link to the group. It's called Women United for Geula, UFG, Delegation Updates. So there's a chat you can join to get updates. And then there's a group for education to prepare for this, to talk about what does Kabbalas HaMalchus mean, because it's not something we're accustomed to. What does it mean? You know, the mitzvah of appointing a king. Now the night, I'm not going to go there, but there's a chat for that called All In Hachana for Chaf Beis Shvat. If you can't get the link, you could text me at 323-495-3010. 323-495-3010. Hope to see you all in Geula really, really soon.
Amen. Thank you very much for facilitating. Okay, ladies, I do need to, I've got miles to go before I sleep, and I'm already, I just passed my bedtime by 1 minute. So that's not going to happen, but thank you very much for the opportunity. Again, Tiferes, thank you for organizing all the other organizers. And may you have a Hatzlacha Dika rest of the week and soak up as much as you can, take in as much as you can from your speakers and for bringers. And we should all be together with the Rebbe, at first in 770 and then in Yerushalayim.
Amen, amen, amen.
Nice meeting you, beautiful ladies. Thanks
Ladies,
a
you
lot.
can continue also. You can stay on if somebody wants to continue for bringing.
Okay, good. Enjoy, you guys.
Many brachot across the miles. Brachot from Israel. We'll all be together at the Beit HaMikdash very soon. Much love to everyone.
Amen, amen. Thank you for sharing. Bye,
Can you
girls.
introduce yourself? Who just spoke from Eretz Yisrael?
That was Chaya Rivka Monas.
That was me. That was me.
Oh, can
Originally
I
from-
ask, you're in
Okay.
Eretz Yisrael, because we're trying to find representatives who can go to all the Mekaymis Kadeshim to daven at the same time, if possible. Can I ask where in Eretz Yisrael you are?
I'm in a tiny town in Harish. I'm not so close to anything really.
Okay, well, you could have us in mind. We'll publicize the time of day, and everybody, wherever they are in the world, could stop what they're doing and be makabel, the Malchus of Melech HaMashiach together in unity. And surely, surely, surely the Eibusher is going to reward us with the complete and perfect Yisgalus of Melech HaMashiach, and then the world will be able to breathe again.
Amen, amen. I'm just coming out of Bidud. I just finished having COVID. It was very light, Baruch Hashem, but I can assure you, I really appreciate the breath, every breath that I take.
Oh, yeah, we have to thank the Eibusher every moment. Okay, nice to meet you all. Shluchos Hatzlacha Rabba. Zay Matzliach, bring Mashiach.
Amen.
Somebody want to share Shluchos stories? Chaya Vituk, you're here. Seton. Sarmina, you want to say something?
Maybe in a few minutes. And just put on my shaitel and go up of no kayach.
No problem. Anybody else? Honey Sharp?
Hi,
Debbie, are
can
you
I say
here?
something without the camera
Yeah.
on?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, hi. So first of all, Shkayach, this was like just amazing, so inspirational and encouraging. It's beautiful. Thank you, everybody. So I just want to say that when the Rebbe started the campaign on Mashiach years ago, so I really learned a lot. I'm in Buenos Aires, and anyone who would come from New York, I would buy the cassettes from the Mashiach Day programs, and the old-fashioned cassettes that the kids don't know how to use those. And I would listen to day and night. I remember going to the dentist with it, everything. I would listen like for months, and I learned Baruch Hashem tons then. And I would get all the faxes, and they would take all the faxes and give it out to people. I was really, really excited about the whole thing. And the tambourines also, Baruch Hashem, thanks to Chani Hecht, so we did it here also. So then, of course, it wasn't like now. It wasn't so well accepted like it is today. But basically, people thought I was crazy, whatever. I would insist it's the Rebbe's sikh, it's not me. It's like I'm just doing what the Rebbe asked. So recently, I was looking through some, shiurim and papers that I have, and I found a note. And I've been asking around different mashpiyim if they know what this could mean, because I don't remember. But I found a note that said that blood clots will bring the Geula. I don't know if anybody knows anything about this, because we know that what this Mishigas is doing today is, Leilenu people are having blood clots, right? So I don't know why it says we'll bring the Geula. I don't know why it doesn't say whatever, will be before Geula, whatever it is. But that's what I found on a piece of paper where I had other things jotted down from Shiurim on Geula Mashiach. If anybody knows anything about this, I'd really appreciate it, because I think it's mind-boggling. I don't know what it means. Does anybody maybe hear anything about this?
How long ago was this that you heard this class?
So 30 years ago when the Rebbe spoke about.
Oh, you're saying then. Oh, it's from then. Oh, wow.
Yeah. I'm telling you, it's with my notes. The paper is totally yellow with my notes from years ago. I asked a few mashpim, nobody knows.
So these were notes that you wrote from a sikha that you heard live, or just from regular shir?
I don't know. It was either it was possibly a shir on Mashiach, or I don't know if the Rebbe said it, or I don't know. basically everything we learned was, actually we learned from a lot of things because we had from Toronto, Rabbi Weisberg teaching from Zohar, a bunch of stuff from Novi was beautiful, Rabbi Katzman in New York, and there was like these Mashiach programs, you know, the whole every Sunday or every so often, whatever, whole day Yom Iyhun, which I started over here also, Yom Mashiach, and I don't know. That's what I'm saying. If anyone heard anything or knows anything about it, you know, I'd really love to know more because that's what's happening now.
That's what happens sometimes. I was going through things else and I found these old notes, and it's from so long ago that I don't even remember what was in context about. So it ends up not even being worthwhile because I didn't write every detail down. When you see it 20,
Right.
30 years later, you don't know the full story anymore.
Exactly. But some things are really, of course, always, it's very fascinating because, you know, people are talking about it today, but then the Rebbe told us to us, you know, how many years ago, if only we could have been doing what's happening today, you know, would have happened by now. Baruch Hashem. Igi hazman go'alaschem, you know, with that. If no one else is going to say anything, I could tell a little story about tambourines, which is quite fascinating, actually.
You're the one who made the tambourine in a box, correct?
What?
You're the one who made the whole tambourine in a box, correct?
No,
not you.
me.
Okay, fine.
No, I heard about that. No, what we did was, what I did in the beginning was I looked for tambourines over here. The only one that I could find was a tiny little, like a party, a birthday party kind of thing, tiny little one. I'll send a picture to you. And so I got a little flower, dried flower, and a pin, and a sticker. And we put a sticker on it so it would say, you know, let's get ready for Mashiach in Spanish. And we made like a pin thing. And then I would tell, you know, I made it for bringing them, and I would suggest to the women that we all wear this. This was way before the flag, before anything else existed. We were walking around with pins of tambourines on our shirts. It was really cute. That's what we did. Then we got a little bit bigger plastic ones, and eventually we got the nice ones, you know, the leather ones. Because like Khani had said then, you know, if you're going to be coming to Ula with your tambourine, you want it to look menschlich, you want it to be a nice one. In the beginning, that was all we had, was the tiny little one. We put the sikha in a bag with it. And yeah, very cute. And if I could share a picture of here, Who's MC of this for bringing now?
I guess you are.
No, not me. Is Rifki still around?
No, Rafi just left.
Yeah, I think she finished her. But I believe there's ladies here who can, you know, between all of us, if we want to bring in, we can make it happen. You know, each one just sharing from themselves, like, you know, miracles from the Rebbe, how we feel like, you know, everybody has their incredible stories that they, especially within these past few years, I'm sure a lot of people, you know, had these, for me, especially for the Kinnus, sorry, I can't open my camera now, but, you know, I wrote to the Rebbe about the Kinnus, and I saw that I was very busy with, you know, my own HaShluchos, and all of a sudden I saw that it's coming closer and closer. And the Rebbe really, really encouraged me to work on it. We opened the GAN recently, so I was putting myself into it, and and then I asked the Rebbe if this year I should focus more on the GAN, and then, you know, give the other organizers or find other organizers you know, have a chance this year to take over, and then next year I'll join more actively. So I'll see if I can find a letter, you know, to share. But the Rebbe specifically wrote to me that you can't. One second, let me see if I can find it and share it. He said that you can't give up your work, your job to the other organizers. One second. Okay, here it is. I'll share it. But I specifically was asking the Rebbe, should I be, working on it? And the Rebbe said, I'll share the picture 1 second. Just a minute.
I lost my camera. I don't know what my screen. I don't know why I can't see anything. Who's speaking now? Who are you?
Ferris. The organizer, the mastermind,
Ferris. How
everything
are
of this
you,
Kinnus,
Ferris?
behind this
No,
Kinnus.
as you see from the letter, this is the Rebbe who's been moving the Kinnus. But just look at that little part that I specified, because I specifically wrote to the Rebbe if I can give my job, my part to other ladies, and they'll just take care of it this year. And then specifically the Rebbe like bolded melachto, his work, that he can't give his work, the other people will do it. And you have to, work with the other ladies.
Should I be the goal? I don't know, it can be a process to try labor. So I'm just getting a little bit too detailed.
Anyway, so it's just amazing. I think that every person has like their own, their own ways that the Rebbe is helping them, and their own shluchos and their own challenges. I personally find it very, very encouraging. I don't know if Efrat is here. Yeah, I think maybe she left already. But years ago, also when I was single, she encouraged me. I don't know if it was at a Farbrengen or something, but I think I was a teenager. And then I'd spoken to her about something, and she told me, write to the Rebbe, do I don't know if it was a weekly doch or something, And so I made a point to start writing every Motzei Shabbos, just, like a doch. And I started getting such incredible letters, Baruch Hashem. And honestly, I think that this is like such a lifeline, some people don't take advantage of. For me personally, it saved me in so many instances. Even like I had a baby 2 years ago, right by Kinnus time, and I was considering if I should have a baby in the Philippines or in America. So I went through the different, back and forth, what should I do? And then I wrote to the Rebbe the different pros and cons, and I asked what I should do. So Rachel, I think you helped me with this decision as well. The Rebbe said to ask a few different friends of yours and ladies and mashpim that can, 3 different people who can help make a decision. Whatever they say, that's what you should do. So I put my different pros and cons in front of different ladies I had contact with. And all of them said, it sounds like you should stay in the Philippines to have your baby. So Baruch Hashem, I had a very quick birth, and everything was actually I saw how it was really very practical that I stayed here. But at the same time, there were another 2 other shluchas from the Philippines that had babies here, who had babies as well, but they both flew to Israel. And because COVID started 3 weeks after my baby was born, so ever since then, there's basically a lockdown in the whole country. So nobody, kids especially, because they're not vaccinated, they can't come in. So these 2 other families are kind of stuck outside of the country this whole time because the country's locked. So I feel especially when the Rebbe was giving me that clear direction and everything, he really saved our shluchas, because honestly, we would be stuck out until now. So I don't know, I find it's really a lifeline, and it's really such a chesed that the Rebbe gives us, that we're able to get such clear guidance, even when we don't see the Rebbe and things like that. So if anybody else has some kind of story that how they felt the Rebbe saw, the Rebbe in their life, or a Rebbe's letter, they can also share. Yesterday, we were talking also by the ladies for bringing the Hebrew program. Rachel from India was teaching about learning and teaching Dvar Malchus. So I think that that's also such an immense gift that the Rebbe gave to us, to have such Iyhun, when we have, when you can't see, this is like the way to actually see one of the one of the families in the Philippines that they had a wedding. They wanted to make it in Italy, and they planned on making it, I guess, March time, something. Anyways, they suddenly realized, again, with all the COVID regulations, so a lot of people told them, we're not sure if we can come. Italy was like, that was like the hottest area that was affected. So this lady, this non-Jewish lady, she came to ask the Rebbe what to do. So she came, she wrote to the Rebbe, and she asked the Rebbe what she should do about, the whole situation with their wedding, because she already was exposed to the Rebbe's letters. So anyways, the Rebbe gave her a very interesting letter, and he also wrote, the Rebbe said, usually like for hypnosis and things like that, I don't promote it, but when it's pikuach nefesh, we have to do sometimes things that will, people will do these things so that we can save a life. And then the Rebbe wrote that the main thing to do is about learning Torah. So the Rebbe was really like saying how the learning Torah is going to be the thing that's going to save everything. And I heard so many people who had, letters about learning, and learning is the healing, and learning is the Yeshua. So I think that that's definitely a hira, and it connects very much with the Dvar Malchus. Sarah, you want to say something? I see you have your shaitel. Can you open your mic? Your mic is closed.
I don't really have like such stories to share, but like I had a very interesting something related to Chaf B'Shvat with the Rebbetzin that I would be happy to share. It was just in my mind, and you asked me, so okay, let's hear it. So I'm in Sarashnir, I'm studying. I'm getting a degree. The Rebbe told me to, and 2 years ago, I'm taking like a slow pace, because I can't do it all in 1 year. So we had a course on Judaism in America. It was religion in America, and basically the whole course was how Judaism developed in America, which just happens to be a very fascinating course to learn about. But anyway, we had to write about somebody who impacted Judaism in America. And of course, as Lubavitcher, like the first person, of course, who I want to write about is Rebbe. But the professor didn't want everyone to write about more than a certain amount of people. So we had like a whole long list of what kind of names, and you only 3 people could write about one person. So it happened to have been like the transition, the time that I had to write it was between like school and camp. And it was a very busy time that by the time I went to sign, already there's tons of Lubavitchers. So 3 girls signed up to write about the Rebbe. And then I'm like, okay, I'll write about the Friedrich Rebbe, but 3 girls also signed up for that. So there was a space, I was able to write about Rebbe Tzimcha Mashka. And I just thought it would be very hard for me because she was so private. But actually I asked the professor, I'm like, please, can I write about the Rebbe? Because then I have to do less research and I could just focus on the writing. And he had no Rahmanas. He's like, nope, there's a reason why. I know you're a mother, but your kid's mother is now in school. So this is what it is. So it's okay, I want to write about Rebbe Tzimcha Mashka. And of course, my whole thesis, was that Vista Rebbe, how she impacted Judaism in America. So I'm not looking at anybody. So I don't even know if I'm talking to anybody. Am I talking to anybody?
Yes, I think everyone hears you.
Okay, maybe, fine. So
now you know what the speaker feels like when everyone has their screen
exactly,
open.
I'm like, no, I know what the
That's why I
speaker
kept
feels
myself open.
Okay, so basically, when I wrote it, like it's one thing, like here and there, I wrote about things about the Rebbetzin and things like that. When I was reading, there's like a book, and I looked online and everything. But like when you spend like 24 hours like immersed in the world of everything Chayamushka, like it's so much more powerful. Like sitting and reading and things and then writing and like really when you write about it also makes you so much more like think. And like a few times even like moved me emotionally, like I was crying. And I was really, really just moved by her. And it just all the things that probably like we've been hearing over the years, but it became much more personal to me. And I remember feeling like, wow, like there were people that like they got to meet the Rebbetzin that like not only time-wise, even if I was alive, old enough during her lifetime to meet her, like the chances were so small to meet her. So small, and I just had this wish, like I wish I could meet Rebbetzin Chayamushka, and there were people that even like received something from her. I'm like, wow, I wish I had something from her that like I could hold on to, and like wow, she was just so special. And like the Rebbe I saw, and I have dollars from the Rebbe, I have strong for the Rebbe, but I just felt like wow, I wish I could meet Rebbetzin Chayamushka, like have something from her. And I was so just moved by everything that I read and what I wrote and whatever it is. So I decided to go to the Iyhun and to go to her kever and just to say thank you for everything that the Rebbetzin did through like that. Literally, she gave up everything that she had to give us the Rebbe, and it was just more personally like I felt it much more personally than I've ever felt it before. That like she really gave up everything that she had and just sacrificed everything. Her whole life was Rebbe. And like the story that like one thing that really like touched me the most was one of the nights, like we know that there were the nights of Kinnus that she waited up for the Rebbe for all those nights. But like one night she had an emergency call from one of the Rebbe's maskirim, and the maskir called because there was a lady that she wasn't sure what to do. She was with her baby in the hospital, and the lady called up all frantic to the maskirim, and the Rebbe was already home. So they said, call tomorrow. She said, I can't. The doctors themselves don't know what to do. I need to know now. So the doctor felt so bad, and he called up, and the Rebbetzin answered, and he said, I'm sorry that the maskir said, I'm so sorry that I'm calling now, to bother you. And she said, why should you apologize? Our neshamas were sent down here to be available to help other Yidden 24/7. So why are you apologizing? You're helping us do our mission. That was something that completely moved me. And then after I finished my report, my research paper, so I went to Iyhun, and I went to her kever, and I went to say thank you. And the very next day, somebody messaged me a picture that they found of me online by the Rebbe. And my parents have pictures of me by the Rebbe, but we didn't have his picture. And to me, that was my, like, wow, like I got something from the Rebbe. That's how I felt. So yeah, that's what I wanted to share.
Anybody else want to share? רוחלה, את רוצה להגיד משהו באנגלית, או אמרת מספיק אתמול שהפלתי אותך?
את גם יכולה בעברית, אני חושבת רוב נשים פה מבינות עברית או משהו.
אני אצטרך להתחיל לשלם לך יומי, שעה. לא שומעים אותך אפילו. תפתחי את הרמקול.
אני אומרת מי שמדבר.
תגידי משהו.
האנגלית שלי לא מספיק טובה. My English is not so good.
נראה לי יש הרבה נשים מבינות אנגלית.
לא, זה לא שייך. If then only in English, but my English is so broken.
You can tell us in Indian English.
Indian English plus Israeli Indian English. That's a special way to speak English. give other women, other rebbetzins.
אני חושבת שאת יכולה להגיד משהו בעברית.
If I will speak only in English because of those that speak only English. Okay, I know that it is very boring when the English is not so good, so I will try to speak in English, but to tell some like interesting story that will be interesting, although it is really not good English. One story in the honor of my son that just before 2 months had his first baby. It was in the first year. We are already 22 years in India, and it was in the first year in the summer. After Shabbat, we managed to go to the local shul. Every Motzei Shabbat, we used to go to Lal Diwal is the name, to the local shul. And we had guests, and it was like a sort of balagan, a mess, up and down, the children. I was in the kitchen because that day, one of the bochum that was with us was his bar mitzvah. So he wanted to celebrate it at Motzei Shabbat at the shul. So I have to prepare a cake. That's nothing in your eyes, but I have that time, so small fridge, secondhand, of course, that it was less than like, I don't know if you know those, like the old fridge that the freezer is inside, means it was very, very, very small. So I had not a place at the whole Shabbat to put a cake with cream at the fridge. So I make the cake before, and I intend to do only the cream Motzei Shabbat, and then fresh to bring it with me to shul. So it happened that all the family and the guests that were all took rickshaws. They, like in the corner of the street was a rickshaw stand, and they took rickshaw, they bring it to home, everybody, like it was the rickshaws were standing sometime, they go into how much you can put inside, and if you know how it looks, rickshaw, my friend Yafa try to find a picture of and showing your it's like the best will be to show a picture. If somebody can find right rickshaw India and show the picture to understand the story. Anyway, I remained at home with my small child that time that was 2 years old, and I prepared the cream and I put the cream, and I with him went out to the end of the small lane to take the rickshaw for ourselves and to go to the shul. Once we arrived to the compound of the shul, my kids that were already there came fast to me, and they asked us, Iyhun is with you? No, Iyhun is not with me. Only Igal is with me, only the small one. Iyhun was that time 4 years old. No, he's not with me. When after some minutes that they come to the compound of the shul, they find out that Iyhun, age of 4, is not with the rickshaws went, and they find out that Iyhun is not with them. They shout all around, Iyhun is not with them. So they hope that he also remain with me at home. And I arrived like 10, 15 minutes after. So they asked me immediately, Iyhun is with you? No, only Igal. So if you see my small children's name is after the Geula. I have a son Mashiach, I have Dida Notzach, I have Yigal and Iyhun and Dvir, all to remember the Geula, like Binyamin after his brother Yosef. Anyway, Iyhun is not here. Now, imagine, Puna, in the first minutes, we just have some hope that as at that day, he went with my husband and his brothers to Shul. It is 1 hour walk each direction. He's 4 years old. He didn't sleep that day. Now, when they, like the rickshaw was, and children were going up and down the home, we have the hope maybe he went upstairs and he fall on one of the beds and he fall asleep and nobody see that he didn't go with everybody. So my husband immediately took rickshaw and went fast to home. It's about 20 minutes drive. And we didn't have phone, I think, at that time even. Oh, he had, I didn't have. Anyway, he came back and he said, no, he's not there. I cannot explain you even the problem because I don't know about New York. I can tell you about Israel. If it happened in Israel, I would call the police. The police in Israel, if they will hear about a problem that a child of 4 years old disappeared, immediately they will do all what they can. And immediately one small thing, they will call to taxi stands, and immediately the taxis will say in their walkie-talkie, means that in 10 minutes, every driver, let's say in Tel Aviv, will get the question, do you have a child in your rickshaw? Because what we understood. In the rickshaw, there is like the place where the driver sits. And behind him, there is a bench, you say, like safsal behind him, small, for like 3 people. And behind the safsal, like there is a load in the safsal, there is one like like a compound or something to put the bags. Now my children, in order to save money and also to go together all the time, I would go into a rickshaw with 7 kids. Say like 3 kids sit near me and the rest go behind. So immediately I understood, probably he go to the shelf behind and he fall asleep as he was so tired, going 2 hours, walking 2 hours that day, fall asleep. The rickshaw stopped at the compound, so nobody took care like when the rickshaw is stopping at a noisy road. So nobody looked behind and he was sleeping, so nobody saw him. And the rickshaw went with my baby of 4 years old, is sleeping at that rickshaw. Now, again, in Israel, it will be very frightening to find out that you lost your son at the taxi. But first of all, the taxi driver immediately when he will say, immediately will call police. And also if police, in 15 minutes, every taxi in Tel Aviv will get the announce, do you have a sleeping child in your taxi? That is Israel. In New York, I don't know. Hope it's the same. They have walkie-talkie. There is some way to contact everyone. Pune, my city, is about 6, 7, who knows, million people. How many rickshaws are there? I guess I just dropped rickshaws. No walkie-talkie. At that time, also no phones. but also phones. There is no connection, no nothing. My husband, when he was near the home, he asked the rickshaw stand in the end of our land, what rickshaw did we take, if they know who is the driver. So they say, no, you didn't take from our people, you take just from a rickshaw that went there. At that moment, now, two of us went fast to the police. I heard it later. What happened? They went to the police. The police asked them, this is not the police station that you have to go to another police. Now in Israel, a child is holy. They will not say, go here and go there. They send them to another, wasting their time. And when they came there, they were asked, how looks that the driver? Who knows? Who knows how he look a driver in India? Who knows? You have I don't know how to call it in English. You have safam. What you will say? All are the same in our eyes. At that point, I went, everybody was in the compound outside because we give from the cake and all this. And I was standing outside, far from the people. And I was thinking to myself and speaking to the Rebbe. And I said, the Rebbe, now I understand that nothing to do, no phone, no to search. You have really nothing to do, nothing to do. You cannot search, you cannot call any police, nobody can help you. So I just was standing and speaking to the Rebbe, זה לא יכול להיות, זה לא יכול להיות, it cannot be. We came here to India to be your shluchim. We cannot lost now Iyhun. I know I will think positive. I know that we will find him. I will not thinking that some mafia or something will take him and try to get money for it. I will not think about it. I will think positive. Okay? I will think positive. But probably the child fall asleep. So till the rickshaw will going on, then he will not be awake. He will sleep more and more and more because he's so tired. And then who knows when the rickshaw will stop at home, at his home, like 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock at night. Then only he will stop, go to his home, and the child will be awake somewhere in huge Pune. It is not New York. It is really relaxed place, India, my city, Pune. At that time, I didn't know so much, but I knew that it is not so like people are good. But a child, a blonde child of 4 years old will go out from the rickshaw at midnight alone. Nobody knows how he arrived there. He doesn't understand no one word, not in Hindi, not in Marathi, and not in English. Nobody will know how he arrived and that he came by rickshaw. Nobody will know nothing. What will happen? And I told the Rebbe, I know that we will find him. I'm thinking positive. We will find him. But I cannot stand it. Rebbe, we came as your shluchim. It's not only to find him. I cannot breathe. I like standing. If you have something to do, I cannot breathing. I cannot do nothing. So I'm so scared. You must help us finding Iyhun. And then suddenly, to the compound of the, I think that it took maybe 5 minutes from the minute that we understood what happened. And a rickshaw came inside the compound. And the rest of my children shout to me, Inon is here, Inon po, Inon po. I went to the rickshaw fast. He was sitting on the back bench, like without to cry, like looking with his big eyes. What happened? I spoke with the Rebbe, I asked the Rebbe, so what happened? A rickshaw driver in India never will go to put oil you say, benzene, never will do it. Only when it will come to zero, because he will not spend some 100 meters to do it. Probably he will do it with his passenger, that the meter is working. Only if it is me, he will not succeed, because I will tell him, no, you are not going now, you go further, you will not take me. Usually that's what they try to do. But God helps, and probably he was close to zero, so he went immediately after the synagogue. He went to a gas station, how you call it, and when he stopped, then the child wake, and the rickshawala is like the man of the rickshaw, was a good Indian man, like all the Indians really, and immediately he could recognize who is the child, because his blonde color doesn't give any chance to any mistake. So immediately he put the gas and went back to the synagogue with our beloved Iyhun. After the first exciting, we told him, now take us to home. I had that time some chocolates that were not Halav Israel, so I intend to give him with some more money. But what was funny is when I looked at the meter, I find out that it didn't start from the beginning. It means when he find the child and decided to go to the synagogue to bring him, hello, he's walking. So he put the meter. No Israeli driver will do that. Maybe he will wait to some tip, something, but to put meter that you find a child of 4 years old. Okay, let's say the end of the story can be last year. You know that he was going up on, we went to India 1 or 2 days after I did the celebration of his birthday, the children garden in Israel, that he will have last time to be in a children garden. His birthday is Dida Natzach Kafei Cheshvan, and we went and arrived to Pune on Rosh Chodesh Kislev. In between, I celebrate, like make the party at the kindergarten. And he grew up actually in India, in far away place in India, in like 23 hours on train. And Iyhun and his brother Igal did it when they were 12 and 10 years old, along with the brother of 5 years old. I put them on a train alone, 23 hours to another town in the name Pushkar. Last year, my small baby that was already big, Iyhun, got married to a girl, Chaya Mushka, that was also grown up in India, in that far Pushkar. So, you know, the people that time say, like, in Vea Geffen, bin Vea Geffen, davar naeh u'mitkabel. So they say, I don't know if you know what's that, in Vei Ajaras, bin Vei Ajaras, davar naeh u'mitkabel. You know what's that Jaras, like about India? India and India making together shidduch, 2 small children that grew up in that so different way in India. And 1 month ago, less, I didn't see her yet. They have a girl, a baby girl. So thank Rebbe that in that thrilling, you say, or like mafchid, Rebbe was with us at that point, even to do it so fast, not to let me be so in bad condition at that moment. So sorry for my English. You could see probably the accent mix of Israeli and Indian together. I managed with that English in India, but not to speak with American.
You spoke amazing, Rachele. איזה סיפור.
לא שמעת אותו?
אמרתי איזה סיפור, ודיברת מאוד יפה באנגלית. You spoke amazing in English.
You didn't hear that
If
story?
I never heard it before, I don't know, maybe part of it, but not all the details.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you for sharing. תודה.
I think that Masha wants to say something.
Oh, hi.
Okay, Masha.
What an exciting story. I don't know if I have many children. One came to mind, it's very quick. Happened in a number of years ago. And I'm not an official shlucha or anything. I became religious, and I just had a book of English letters, which I prefer, to ask someone to help me with if I have to put a letter in. I prefer the Hebrew letters from the Rebbe, the Iyhun, but I'm not fluent, so I need help. But I have a book of English letters which I sometimes use. And anyway, so this was years ago, and I was living in California. I wanted to take a trip to visit my parents in New York. And it was like in August. And I was planning on staying a good long time, like 3 weeks. And I'm nervous about traveling. And I just asked the Rebbe for a bracha. And so the letter said, your children shouldn't miss school. They were pretty young. And I just figured, well, they'll miss the first week of school. It won't be a big deal. But the letter said that the children shouldn't miss school, whatever it was. Something like that. I don't know. So I said, okay, I'll just do it in 2 weeks. I'll do a 2-week trip. I came back, and then a week later was 9/11. So that was interesting. Is anybody following me?
Yes, that was really special. That was a really big nace that you had.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I would have been on that plane or anything, but it definitely would have been a lot more difficult. But I was in San Diego, not LA. I don't know, for sure what flight or whatever it would have been, but it was nice that we left a week early, So what else? I'm just very happy to be here. Yeah, I wanted to remember there's so many people that are sick right now or whatever, struggling, that we could maybe have a list, we could say the names for Shlema for people. So if I just want to remind to do that. I don't know if you want to do it now, but at some point during this before we hang up.
I think everybody can just add it in the chat. Everybody can add the names to daven for.
That would be great. Okay, I know that this is all very powerful.
And just a reminder, we have the main event tonight at the same link of Zoom. It's gonna start at 12, oh, what is it, tomorrow by you, 12 noon in America, 12 noon New York time, and 7 p.m. Israel time. Same
Iris,
Zoom link.
is there a recording for the Israeli event?
Which one? The one that Rifki posted?
I'm not sure, like the Israeli program that you put together.
The Israeli
He
program,
was-
I'll share here the YouTube link.
Okay,
You
thank
can watch the. This is the recording of the Israeli event, the Hebrew event, and this event that we just had is also being recorded. So we're also going to share it.
Wonderful. It was really amazing. It was really a lot of ladies showed up.
Yes, Baruch Hashem.
It's really, really, really inspiring. Thank you so much for putting it together.
Yeah. Oh, I wanted to say an idea also I had. We were talking earlier about, the theme seems to be breathing a lot, and that Dr. Yallen, is that her name? Yeah, what was her name? Who spoke and played the guitar? The psychologist. Well, the person who was speaking was talking about the nose also, breathing and stuff, and another thing that's been happening is that there's a lot of people losing their sense of smell. I mean, as well as I don't have a comment about the taste, but the idea of the sense of smell is I lost my sense of smell for a while after I got it, and when I got it back, thank God I got it back. I don't know if it's fully back, but oh my gosh, I appreciate fragrances. I appreciate it so much more. And I learned a little more about it that, that's the only scent when you inhale, when you smell something, present, that's something that benefits the soul in some way. And that's the only one of the senses that benefit the soul. And I was thinking that maybe we should all, whatever. I smell things a lot more often now. I didn't really used to do this, and I'll say the bracha now. I'll say the bracha on the fragrances that, like while I'm cooking, I might say I'm gonna smell the spice before I put it in, and I say the bracha, which is something I didn't do before. And I'm just really, really enjoying it now. My gosh, I didn't realize, like I had heard about people who had lost their sense of smell, whatever, or didn't have it. I heard about someone who was born without it, whatever. And I didn't think, okay, it's not like, whatever, you can live just fine without it. I didn't really appreciate it. I didn't understand it.